Good evening, everyone. Good evening. We are now at 6 o'clock, so I would now like to call our regular council meeting to order and welcome everybody into chambers tonight. I would like to begin by acknowledging that this meeting is being held on the territories of the Sooke Nation. I'll ask our staff, Councillor McMath is hoping to join us virtually when available. Okay, so when she does join, if you could just flag me so then we can test her audio and all that at that time. Welcome, everyone. For those of you here in the room today, just a few housekeeping matters. If you do have a mobile device, I just ask that you put it onto silent. If you are looking for the washrooms, they are through the door in front of our staff table. You'll find them there on the right-hand side. And we are in a regular meeting, so we hope to get through this lengthy agenda tonight because council will need to resolve into a closed meeting after the open portion. But thank you, everyone, for joining with us. So on that note, council, I'll turn your attention to item 3.1, and that would be that the agenda for the July 13th, 2026 regular meeting of council to be adopted as presented. Moved by Councillor St. Pierre and seconded by Beddoes. All in favor? And that's unanimous. Thank you. Before I continue further, though, I'm holding this piece of paper and I forgot to look at it. We did have news of a tragic event that occurred today. A Sooke resident by the name of, here we are, Nicholas Dale of Sooke was a helicopter pilot and was assisting the Colorado team in fighting a fire in the southwestern area of Colorado. It is called the Gold Mountain Fire. And unfortunately, there was an accident that he did not survive, and he leaves behind both a wife with 2 children. So I just wanted to express our sincere condolences on behalf of all of us here to his family, and also to recognize and thank him for his service in that very dangerous work. Okay, council, turning attention to 4.1 is our minutes. So that would be that the June 22nd, 2026 regular council meeting minutes to be adopted as presented, please. Moved by Councillor St. Pierre and seconded by Bateman. Any questions or corrections? Seeing none, all in favor, please. And that's unanimous. Our chief administrator under item 5 is currently attending a meeting downstairs. She'll be joining us up here when that meeting concludes. But I'll ask staff, if there is anything to report at this time?
No, we don't have anything. Thank you, Your Worship.
Okay, the written report you'll see is included within the consent agenda. That takes us into 6.1, into our delegation section. And I would like to welcome Ian Waugh and Elizabeth Lang, co-chairs of the Friends of Eagle Bluffs Forest Society, to please join us at the microphone. Thank you. Yes?
Yeah, I'd like to recuse myself. I live within about 100 footsteps of the forest, so I think I'd be in a conflict of interest here.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Bateman. We will find you in the firefighters lounge and welcome you back when the delegation is concluded. And thank you for joining us. We have 5 minutes set aside for you tonight. And when you begin your presentation, we'll start the timer, and we just ask that you stay within the time. Thank you.
We're wondering if we could just request 1 to 2 minutes, a little bit longer, just to finish our presentation and review the motions.
7 minutes. Sorry. We'll put 7 minutes on the timer then. Thank you for asking in advance. Okay, whenever you're ready. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor and councillors. My name is Ian Waugh, and I'm one of the co-chairs of the Friends of Eagle Bluffs Forest Society. Next slide, please.
Oh, sorry. Oop, that's me.
One back, please.
Okay.
There we are.
Technology going.
Got it. We're down now. I'm, as I mentioned, I'm the co-chair of the Eagle Bluffs, Friends of Eagle Bluffs Forest Society. I'm also coming to you as someone who has a background in protected landscapes, as I worked with Alberta parks and protected areas for over 30 years. So landscapes are what I love.
I'm Dr. Elizabeth Lang. I'm a professor of sustainability education, and I'm also the other co-chair. So we are a registered nonprofit society. Our vision is to raise awareness and educate on coastal temperate rainforests. And our current mission is to permanently protect Eagle Bluffs Forest, which is a 32-acre parcel of rainforest on Whiffen Spit along the Juan de Fuca coastline. We have been quite humbled by the level of public support that we've been receiving. We've already, in just a few months, received 820 signatures on our petition, largely from Sooke, over 2,600 visits to our website, 60,000 social media views with 900 positive reactions. And we've also raised almost $60,000 in pledges.
Next slide, please.
Can someone else change it for me?
Wait, that direction, Beth? That way.
Ah,
One back. one back.
okay,
Um,
sorry.
Wow.
Okay,
There we
we're
are.
getting it.
And why are we putting in this effort? It really goes down to looking at where there are temperate rainforests on the planet. 1% of the planet has temperate rainforests. 6% of the planet has tropical rainforests. These are rare to begin with. And in British Columbia, this particular area that we're talking about Eagle Bluffs, it's a rare component of it. It's actually a dry type of rainforest. What's also unique about it is that it's a transition area. To our east, there is the coastal Douglas fir that you'll find in Victoria. To the west and to the north in Tofino, you'll find the coastal western hemlock. This is an area where those two systems come together. So it has unique bio that you will find in one place and in the other place, and you find here also. It's this wonderful zone of rich biological matter.
It's also a place of deep cultural and historical significance. It's within the traditional territory of the Sooke Nation. It extends from the traditional summer village of Syosson. And in the 1850s, John Muir's steam-driven sawmill was located there. In the 1920s, Captain de Taylor built the Heritage House. And in the 1990s, Hollywood director Lee and Penny Thompson purchased the forest with the express intent of protecting it.
And why protect it? If you go into Whiffen Spit, oftentimes you'll hear people talking about the wildlife and the wildlife that is there. The place is a refuge. It's a refuge for some of the larger carnivores, such as bears and cougars, but many of the smaller animals and right down into an amazing diversity of plants and animals that live in that location. It's also a corridor where it links the East Sooke, coming out of East Sooke, going along into Whiffen Spit, and then up into the Sooke Hills. So animals migrate through that area, and of course, spend some time in the forest itself. On the shoreline, if you go down and walk along the shoreline, and you extend your view out, you'll see one of the richest kelp forests, I believe, on the coast, certainly on Vancouver Island. Extends out well over a half a mile in some locations. It's a rockfish conservation area. It's also a feeding ground for a diversity of marine life. It's truly where the rainforest meets the sea. In terms of the benefits of this particular area, there are many. The benefits of the environmental benefits of this particular area, right down to beginning with the essentials, the air we breathe, producing the air we breathe. It also is an area where it cools the area around in the surroundings, also absorbs the rainwater and filters that rainwater. It buffers Sooke against the winter storms and the winds that come with those. Also, the forest prevents bank and soil erosion or slope erosion.
There are many human benefits as well. The World Health Organization is recommending that there be green space for everyone within 5 to 10 minutes of their home. We know forests are restorative of mental and physical health. And wouldn't it be amazing if all the school children in Sooke had a place where they could go to really experience the wonders of where they live? Protecting Eagle Bluffs Forest also aligns with many of the District of Sooke plans. So for instance, Sooke's vision in the OCP is to a vibrant net zero emissions community cradled in the stunning beauty and vitality of the ocean and forest. And a key message throughout that plan is protecting our natural environment. It aligns with 3 of the strategic plan goals: environmental stewardship, community economic development, and community well-being. The Parks and Trails Master Plan, whose goal is high-quality parks accessible for all. One of the key findings in the lead up to that plan is that residents place a high importance on the natural environment. They desire a balance between preservation and development, and they want ecological integrity protected and a connected trail system. There's lots of tourism potential as well. So this could be a 4-season ambassador site for coastal temperate rainforests, a destination as part of the Juan de Fuca tourism corridor. There's all sorts of possibilities. There could be eco-tours. There could be educational tourism. There could be a boardwalk with state-of-the-art interpretive signage that's barrier-free for strollers and wheelchairs. There could be a bluff-top viewing platform overlooking the Juan de Fuca Strait. There could be art installations, and of course, year-round wildlife viewing. So this is just a few of the possibilities.
And how do we do this? We do this through collaboration. We're a small group. We won't be able to do that. We're out of time. Do you want me to proceed to the final?
Yes, please.
Okay.
The final one is our ask. Beth, can you go there?
Yeah.
What we're asking for is two components to our ask. Your support. We're not asking for financial support. We're asking for your support in principle for what we're trying to do, to secure the securement of this 32-acre parcel of land, which we've called Eagle Bluffs Forest, which is called Eagle Bluffs Forest, for the purpose of protection as a publicly accessible nature park and for its ecotourism opportunities. And our second ask is we will be inviting a number of different individuals, a number of different corporations, levels of government, NGOs, and others to participate in a round table. And through that round table, we will develop the pathway forward. We will develop that pathway forward. So we would ask for a representative to join us in that group.
Thank you very much. And we look forward to your questions.
Okay, so at this point, thank you. Any business that would emerge from this, I'd be looking to council to either move a notice of motion or a motion when we hit the new business section later, and then that'll trigger the rest of the discussion from there.
Okay.
Yeah, we'll look to new business or the notice of motion section.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
No questions at this point then.
Yeah, we hear from you and then we take that
Okay.
later. Yes, thank you very much.
Very good. Thank you very much.
Okay, so that'll move us into, thank you for the delegation. Just turning off the microphone. Okay, I'll move into our public question and comment period. So in this case, we have 2 minutes set aside for each speaker for a total of 20 minutes. When we reach the 20-minute mark, our corporate officer will let us know. We can then look to council to extend that time when we see if there's more speakers here. So at this point, I would like to invite any members of the public that would like to address council forward at this time. We require your full name and please let us know which agenda item you're speaking to tonight. It's only for items on the agenda.
Hi, good evening. Jeff McDonald, Sooke. Two agenda items, 8.5 and 8.7. So for 8.5, I just want to give kudos to the Lieu committee for recognizing what you're going to be presented with tonight, which is flexibility on small lot ALR properties. I happen to be a small lot ALR property owner, and so it's very important that we look for as much flexibility of use as possible. I'm not related to this particular application, but the next one is 8.7. A little bit off topic, but I'm still waiting to hear back about changes to the bylaw regarding 3 dwelling units on ALR properties. And where it's related to this item is that we're also updating the short-term rental aspect of the bylaw. So I'm wanting to not only sort of ask where we're at with allowing the 3 dwelling units, but also to verify that the use of those 3 dwelling units is not going to be interfered with by the new language of the bylaw related to this so that you can use each of those three dwelling units interminglably or without interference from the bylaw. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Oh,
Sorry, one more thing.
yes.
If I could make a motion, which I can't, I know, it would be no more spending on Throup Road until we have a gathering place.
Okay, thank you. Well, if you run for council, you can move that motion. Okay. Other speakers tonight, please.
Hello, Ellen Lures. I'd like to speak to 6.1. I think it's a wonderful idea that they have there, but I hope that we're not going to be spending any money, but I'm glad that they're looking at creative ideas to make it make money. I also like to speak to 8.5, the non-farm use application. And I understand there's no building permits for the housing there, but there are other opportunities that I can see that to be a really successful use for farming, which I'd have to talk about more, too much. But I think there needs to be discussion on that. Permissive 9.2, the permissive tax exemption for Catalyst. I don't think we should give any more tax exemptions, especially after what we found out about Macola Housing. And they've already done some digging, and they've already had plenty of compensations in different ways, and the district already has given them a lot of compensation, and we can't afford the $100,000 of tax losses either. So I don't think we should be doing that to be responsible in our spending and lack of. 10.1, I support the cash in lieu of parkland dedication for 5536. And request for sponsorship in 10.3 for Sooke Region Food Cheese Society. I'm the president, and we're having a harvest festival this year. And we have a lot of costs looking after our orchard. We have expenses there. We have water and equipment and lawn cutting and things like that. So with this $1,000 would just help us. It's not a lot of money, but it's enough to help us get over so that we can make this a successful event. And reconsideration of Throup Road motions. Sorry, you have to go through all this so quickly. But that's 10.6. I think that we should be looking at alternative possibilities to alleviate the traffic. I don't think we should be doing Throup Road. I think that the province should be the one dealing with this issue. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hi, Mayor and Council. Mary Dunn. I want to address item 10.5 around the Sooke Gathering Place. There's two motions as part of this item. One is an additional motion that is requesting that land on Lot A be dedicated, the remaining land on Lot A be dedicated to the community plaza and the gathering place, and I'm hoping that will go forward. If that does go forward, then I have no problems with the change in the staff's motion to remove Lot A from that initial motion that was put forward in terms of the plebiscite. I do have concerns about the part of the motion where it is saying that if there is a yes vote, that if the majority of voters indicate supporting yes, the staff report back to council before borrowing or project commitments are considered with information on feasibility and business planning, capital and operating expenses, potential partner, etc. My concern with this motion is that I would like it to say that council directs staff to work with Searchin and the community on these things. There's a lot here that would dictate how that gathering place would run. And I think that it's imperative that Searchin and the community have some input on those answers. I think that's it. Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you. Okay.
Nikki Logan's President Searchin. Thank you, Your Worship and councillors. I wish to speak on item 10.5, which looks at two aspects of Sooke Gathering Place. Thank you for everyone who's coming out here in support of it. Much appreciated. Through Your Worship, I want to offer a huge thank you to the district staff for the report on this item. It's a public document. It informs your discussion tonight, but importantly, it also is very helpful information for the public, especially the historical context, what's already been invested, and the excellent frequently asked questions. There are two motions to consider. I don't see them as mutually exclusive. Even as the motion recommended by staff focuses on the borrowing aspect of the plebiscite, Councillor Bateman's motion to confirm access to Lot A is equally important. It's open-ended for multiple community uses. It gives a reasonable timeline for implementation. I'd like to see it much sooner, of course. And it's open to reversal if that's where future planning leads us. The community has spent so much time, money, passion, and effort on the vision for Lot A. So the housing component was a bust. But since then, several successful high-density housing projects have been completed and or are in development literally on that site or within just a couple of kilometers of the site. Lot A, regardless of what anyone thinks should be there, Lot A has been identified over and over again by the community as a place for the community. It's in the charrette. It's in the Parks and Trails Master Plan. Let's not waste the work and the time and the money that's already been invested. Let's just get this done. So I urge that Council approves the motion on the plebiscite as recommended in the staff report. And as well, it is imperative to approve the motion that is being put forward by Councillor Bateman tonight. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Other speakers this evening?
Hi, I'm Susan Belford. I live in sunny Sassinos. I'd like to speak on two items. One, the delegation presentation earlier, and also about the gathering place. First of all, about Eagle Bluffs Forest. I don't know if you've looked at aerial photos of Sooke recently, but you've probably noticed that there isn't a lot of actual forest left in our town. A lot of the forest that is left is in private hands and is likely to be developed. Eagle Bluffs in 20 years would be likely the only large-scale forest still functioning as a true forest. And this is a special place. I was there taking some photographs around the perimeter, and I stood on the bluff and looked out over the ocean and the kelp beds, and then looked in, panned in, and looked into the forest, into these huge trees, hemlock. I can't remember them all. I'm going crazy. But anyway, these huge trees way up in the canopy, you can hear ravens calling and other birds. And the silence, other than that, is magical. We humans need that kind of connection with nature. And right now you can say, oh, there's forest all around us. We don't need to worry about it. But I tell you, in not very long, we won't have forest all around us. And we will wish that we had protected that bit of land, not only for ourselves, but for the animals that we share this world with. So we're not asking for money. We're just asking for support. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Thank you, Mayor, Council, citizens, staff, Dave Saunders. I speak before you. I'm not running for council, I'm not running for mayor, not running for any politics. It's been rumored that I have been, consistently said I'm not. Citizens like to approach me and ask me to stand up for them when they feel their voices aren't heard. So this is a bit awkward. And I'm speaking to 8.4, 8.5, 8.7, and 10.3 tonight. In that we have Councillor St. Pierre, who is also the land use chair, and I've offered the district information related to his businesses, related to partners. And with all good intentions, I just feel that these situations have been prejudiced with respect to the advocacy related to this. So I just caution you. I've been asked to bring this forward in this form and character because a citizen didn't want to sit here and say this. So again, I've offered that to your officer and I ask you to maybe to review it. It's not trivial. It's serious. I have looked at the financial disclosures. There was a corporate title search. So that's all I offer. And with all good intentions, I just feel that to protect the district and fair in the process that I needed to bring that forward. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Next speaker, please.
Kevin Berger, on behalf of the Community Association. This is to the soccer club seeking help after field rentals jumped 214% July 2nd, 2026. It's in regards to that. On behalf of the Sooke Community Association, we'd like to clarify an important point regarding our recent article about field rental fees at Fred Milne Park. The article state that the Sooke Community Association operates fields the Fred Milne Park and suggests that the association responsible for a recent increase in the field rental rates. Respectfully, this is not correct. For more than 90 years, the Sooke Community Association has proudly served our community as a volunteer-run, nonprofit organization. Our mission has always been to preserve and provide community spaces where residents can gather, play, celebrate, and connect. We are honored to own and to steward community assets such as the Sooke Community Hall, the Art Morris Park, the Sooke River Campground, and the lands that make up Fred Milne Park. While the Sooke Community Association owns the Fred Milne Park property, we do not operate the park. The day-to-day management of Fred Milne Park, including field scheduling, maintenance, rental agreements, and user fees, is carried out by the Fred Milne Park Society, an independent volunteer organization. It is also important for the public to know that the Sooke Community Association does not collect rental fees from the soccer club or any other minor sports organizations. In fact, each year, the Sooke Community Association contributes more than $10,000 to the Fred Milne Park Society to assist with the ongoing operation and maintenance of the park. We recognize that conversations around user fees can be difficult, particularly when they affect the local families. We also recognize that both Sooke Soccer and the Fred Milne Park Society are led by volunteers who dedicated countless hours to providing recreation opportunities for our community. Their contributions deserve appreciation and respect. Our only purpose in writing this is to ensure that the public understands the distinct roles of our organization. Questions regarding field rental rates are best directed to the Fred Milne Park Society, while the Sooke Community Association will continue to focus on preserving and supporting the community assets that have served the Sooke for generations. We are proud of our 90-year history and remain committed to ensuring these community assets and continue to benefit residents for many years to come. Sincerely, the Board of Directors, Sooke Community Association. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Berger. Can you provide that to our corporate officer so that it can be circulated to council again? Okay, thank you very much. Do we have other speakers this evening? This is the only time on tonight's agenda where members of the public can address council. So call for a second time. Any speakers anywhere that would like to address council? third and final time. This is it, folks. Okay, just checking. Okay, looks like people are leaving, so I think we're good. Okay, thank you so much to everyone that presented tonight. We'll carry on into tonight's agenda and move into item number 8, which is our consent agenda. So that would be that the following items on the consent agenda be adopted by consent. 8.2 correspondence, 8.3 report of the chief administrative officer, 8.4 land use and development committee draft minutes from July the 7th, 8.5 7296 Francis Road, ALC non-farm use application, 8.6 development permit with variances, PLN 01930, floodplain exemption, PLN 02032, and 8.7 zoning amendment bylaw number 946 600-119 2026 agritourism accommodation and alcohol production facility. Would someone like to move consent? Moved by Councillor St. Pierre, seconded by Councillor Beddoes. I'll call the question. All those in favor, please. And that's unanimous. Thank you. So that moves us straight through. So all those recommendations are now endorsed as provided, and into 9.1, which is our bylaws section, starting with zoning amendment bylaw number 934 600-114 2026. Yes. Councillor Pearson,
Excuse me.
in the microphone.
Excuse me, Chair. My technology has kicked me out and it's saying I'm not allowed in. So can I go ask somebody in corporate over here just to check this? Because
Like for your device?
Yeah,
You've been
it's-
kicked out? Oh, okay, that's not
it
good.
says network is not working.
Okay, we'll just pause here. Is anyone else having that issue with their?
Microphone.
Okay, we'll just get some technical support for you. Everyone else can load everything? Okay. No.
I don't have a printed copy of everything. I got the agenda if you want to see something. Thank you.
Does your Wi-Fi work? I had to run a hotspot off my phone, but
Says, looks like it's coming up.
it's just very slow. Okay,
No, it just says.
nothing. Oh, well, that's not useful.
I'll follow along with this. Thank you.
You're okay for now to continue? Okay, let us know. Okay, so 9.1 is here for adoption. So the recommended action is that council adopt zoning amendment bylaw number 934 600-114 2026. It's moved by Councillor St. Pierre and seconded by Councillor Beddoes. We're on adoption. All those in favor? Any opposed? None opposed? That's unanimous. Thank you. I see that some folks are looking to exit. Is that true? Okay, why don't we just pause again so that folks can depart, and then we'll thank you for attending tonight. You'll be able to watch the rest of the meeting online on our YouTube channel. Great way to spend a Monday evening. They're all saved, so you don't have to watch it live. You can watch it whenever you like, actually. Just go into YouTube and Google Sooke.ca.
My personal financial. I had some weird message on the right. It says to say that money brought here at all.
Great.
Thank you.
Hey, yours is working now? No, not at all. Okay. Okay.
You know, if you need help.
Okay, others, everyone's shifted around a bit. Okay, so we'll continue back into the meeting and go into 9.2, which is permissive tax exemption application from Catalyst. I'll turn this over to staff, please.
Thank you, Your Worship. Through the mayor to council and members of the public, the report before council concerns Catalyst's permissive tax exemption application for the project located at 2101 Sitka Court on Lot A. According to Section 224 of the Community Charter, council has full discretion to approve or deny this application, and there's no obligation to give the exemption. If council wishes to proceed, staff recommend that the exemption be limited to the below market rental housing portion of the project, which is classified as residential class 1. The proposed exemption would be 75% in 2027, 50% in 2028, 25% in 2029, and would be fully phased out by 2030. This approach would be consistent with council's previous decision regarding below market rental housing exemptions. No permissive tax exemption is proposed for the office, health center, or other non-residential portion of the project. If council is minded to advance the bylaw, the next step would be to give first read readings to bylaw number 949 to 2026 and direct staff to provide public notice before adoption. With the proposed exemption, estimated property tax revenue from the project would total approximately $353,000 from 2027 to 2030 based on the construction value provided. Without the exemption, estimated tax revenue from the project would total approximately $447,900 over the same 4-year time frame. The difference is approximately $94,900. If the exemption is not approved, this amount would be collected from the project rather than shifted to other properties. Thank you, and happy to answer any questions.
Okay, so I'll put the motion on the floor at first, and that would be that council receive this report for information. It's moved by Councillor St. Pierre and seconded by Haldane. Councillor St. Pierre, go ahead. Do you have any questions?
Yes, I do. My understanding is that we don't actually have within our permissive tax exemption bylaw, we made a decision to basically take back the exemption over a period of a number of years in order to avoid hardship for the properties that were previously given the exemption. But is that actually part of the bylaw as something we're meant to do in the future? Because my understanding was that was more or less on a per case basis in that situation, and it's not part of our exemption. It's not part of our bylaw per se, and not meant necessarily to affect all other similar properties in the future. Could you confirm that, or?
Through the mayor to council, it's stated, I believe Councillor St. Pierre is talking about bylaw 930. In that bylaw, we granted exemption to below market housing and with a phase out condition. By 2030, we'll fully phase out, which means in 2030, we'll charge 100% of the property tax.
All right, so just to confirm.
Yeah.
We do have a bylaw that actually allows or encourages that kind of an exemption for below market housing.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you very much for that. That's good. And the amount of the exemption over a period of 4 years will be about 99,000. Do we have a sense if the proponent or the applicant actually needs such an exemption in order for the project to be viable? Because that's not my sense, but I'd like to know, do we know that? I believe that was the case when the previous exemption came to us. We were more or less given the impression that without it, we would just might not get the affordable housing component, but.
Through the mayor, the applicant states in their application that they need this kind of exemption. It's hard to judge from their financial statements or the size of the organization if they need the exemption or not. It's just purely based on application.
Thank you very much. That's it for me for now.
Councillor Haldane is the second.
Yeah, thank you. In this case, I mean, I've had some issues with this project since day one, but I do know how important the medical component is, of course. Everybody in Sooke needs more doctors and so on. I'm just wanting the public and the taxpayer to get good value for their tax dollar, because I feel like it's not fair of the developer to be holding us for more and more consistently, month after month here, because the small medical component is being dangled as, you know, we're not going to get this unless you can keep giving us a little bit more. We've given them parking. We're giving them parking relaxations. We're giving them $3 million worth of land to use for a number of years. The 20% below market value for some housing is great, but that's the condition of getting the land for nothing. Otherwise, again, and I've said it before, the taxpayers aren't getting anything for the land component. A private developer would be more than happy to take on a medical center at market rate. So I'm going to be reluctantly supporting this because we need that medical center worse than anything on the planet. So,
But just so you know, Councillor Haldane, right now the motion is just to receive for information. Council would need to move a follow-up to do, which you could do now if you like, as an amendment, because the only item on the floor is to receive this for information.
well, can you tell me the other thing is this going to be breaking ground by December or by the end of the year, as they'd said?
My understanding is they've applied for a building permit and they're ramping up to go.
But one of the conditions was they'd start by the end of the year. I was just wondering if that's still a condition or not.
I would need to ask staff. I'm not in those operational discussions, but
Okay,
if
so
any
through the chair.
Through the mayor, in the application, I have asked specific information about the construction value. The applicant state in that email that they will start construction before the end of 2026. And the construction value stated for this year is actually half of the total value.
So as far as we know, their intention is to break ground this year.
Yes, that's true. And so far they only paid application fee. They have not paid the building permit fee yet. They only paid the application fee, $300.
And one more question then through the chair would be, are they getting a reduction in their building permit fees?
Through the chair, yes, they will.
So that's another reduction they get for helping us out with the medical center. Fair enough.
Okay, other speakers on this item? This is to receive for information. Councillor Bateman.
Yeah, I need a little clarity through you to our finance director. You've mentioned so there's 80 units in this building, 80 apartments, and you are seeking the numbers you've created tonight are for the 30% of the units at 20% below market rates. Is that correct?
Through the chair, I'm seeking, sorry, not I'm seeking, I propose if council agree to grant permissive tax exemption, we only exempt the residential class 1, which is all the residential units. Because our below market rental housing, the definition as stated in the housing report is a very broad definition. It includes units below and at market rental rate. So we don't have a measurement to single out like which portion is really below market, which portion is not. Just we can only grant class 1 residential and we don't grant for any other property classes.
Okay, so the numbers I'm looking at are in fact the numbers we're talking about tonight. Yes, okay. All right. Yeah, I have comments too, but I'll save those for a little later. Thank you.
Okay, I'm going to ask a clarifying question. So right now, the motion that we have is to receive the report for information, but should council wish to debate granting the application, then we would need to move that like a different motion, right? And that would be the part where we give first, second, and third reading. Would that be the appropriate motion? Just so I'm following.
I would like, through the chair, would like our corporate officer to clarify that.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Considering that the current motion is to receive for information, I would say that anything contained within the report is fair game for discussion. So if you would like to discuss the merits, then you could do that as part of deciding whether or not you want to simply receive for information or do anything else with it. That said, if council have clearly, if council are of the opinion that they would like to do something different than simply receive, it would be entirely in order to move that different motion instead.
Okay, and then the different motion then to provide the permissive tax exemption per our policy would then be to give first, second, and third reading. Is that correct?
That's correct, Your Worship.
Okay, I just wanted to be clear that I understood. Okay, fine. Okay, so any other, Counselor Pearson is next? Yep.
Yep. And thank you for the report. So we talked about, this is the second time, like a permissive tax exemptions on below market rental. Is there not an easier way to determine what the full market rent is, like as a percentage of the building? Is it too complicated to figure out that, they've got 80 suites, 20 are below market value, so we should be charging full taxes on the market rental portion of it? I asked that before and I can't remember what that, so I'm lost right now.
Through the mayor, I think I explained this before, that it's just beyond staff's expertise, like what is market rate? Like, we don't really have a policy or criteria to judge what is market rate.
And my question is, because the Catalyst is making the presentation, right? What is the number of units that are below market rate that they're advertising?
Through the chair, they have
20%.
yeah, 20 or 30%, yeah.
So would it be easy for us to take 60? And again, and we're talking policy, and I'm asking a question that's hypothetical. Could we actually take that tax base and tax them fully on 60% of that building? Is that something that we could do through a bylaw or through a policy?
Through the mayor, the permissive tax exemption is fully up to council's discretion. You can do basically whatever you want.
Okay.
As long as it's a majority vote through council, we can do whatever we want. Yeah.
Okay, and I just have one last follow-up question. So in the staff report, it's depreciating 80, 60, 40, 20 over 5 years. So this would kick in 1 year later than our previous. So they would be in 2031, they would be at full tax rate. Is that
Through the mayor, the proposal is a phase out by 2030 is consistent with the other bylaw. It's the same time, all below market rental in Sooke all phase out in 2030.
Okay.
Yeah.
So they would have an accelerated rate then of diminishing tax exemptions.
Through the mayor, yes, if you diminish quicker in a shorter period of time compared to other housing project, yeah.
Thank you.
Counselor Beddoes?
Yeah, through your worship to staff, I just want to make this clear. I think it's pretty clear that the exemption is only on the 20% portion of the overall bill. Is that correct?
Through the mayor, the proposed exemption is all the residential units because when we
It's a little different then.
yeah, when we report to BC assessment, we have to provide a detail how to exempt this project. Like
all right,
we can only go to class level. Yeah,
that makes a big difference. Thank you very much.
Counselor Bateman, did I see your hand? No. Okay, Counselor St. Pierre?
At this point in time, we're here to receive for information, and I don't actually feel comfortable personally with moving forward with providing an exemption. I feel like what we need here is a clear and consistent policy that any affordable housing project can come forward to and expect to either get or not get, regardless of a big catalyst or regardless of, a community health center. We need developers to be able to know what they're going to get themselves into, and it should not be possible for a solid project to be broken at the whim of council because of not getting an exemption. Either the project was good to go and was going to be able to go ahead without council giving an exemption, or it should never have started in the first place. That should not be happening. I think that developers need to be able to understand clearly they will get an exemption or not. If we want to encourage affordable housing, I think we should consider maybe something along those lines, maybe, but that's up to the rest of council as well. But I don't think that at this point in time tonight, I feel like we're ready to bang together an exemption policy. I would like to see something that actually we know is going to encourage affordable housing. So as Councillor Haldane was saying, what are we getting for our money? We're actually really encouraging affordable housing because it's proven that this type of exemption structure would do it. We don't know at this point in time whether these exemptions are actually making a difference in our affordable housing stock or not. What we do know is that if we provide exemptions to every affordable housing project, we can't afford to provide services. And that's not going to work. So I'd like to just accept the report for information if possible. Yeah.
Okay, so that's what's on the floor. We do have a permissive tax exemption bylaw that was adopted earlier that outlines how the exemptions are applied. So that is in place for anyone to look at. I'm just going to clarify one more question through to staff, though. If I'm not mistaken, and I'm sorry to be confusing here, but we have already provided this exemption, though. Right? So within the report, it says on September 29, 2025, oh, I see, we adopted the bylaw, but that wasn't specific to this particular one. That was just the bylaw on how we approach. Or was it specific to this project?
Through the mayor to council, the previous permissive tax exemption bylaw 930 exempt the project that applied last year. At the time, Catalyst didn't apply because last year the Lot 8 was owned by the municipality, by the district of Sooke. It's under statutory tax exemption, so Catalyst didn't need to apply. The tax levied on Lot 8 was 0. However, because Catalyst had entered a long-term lease with the district, they are the occupier of the land going forward. And the BC assessment will treat Catalyst as the owner. So the primary use of this quadrant of the Lot A is no longer municipal use. Therefore, if without permissive tax exemption, Catalyst would have to pay tax.
Okay, I got it. I understand now. So that's why it's here for information, and now it's up to council to determine after receipt of this report, which way we're going to go. Okay, got it. Thank you. Following the ball. Councillor Bateman, we're on receipt.
Okay, so I think some good points have made here. 30% of the units that will be rented at 20% below market rates. I feel that we might be okay with giving a phased permissive tax exemption. So in the permissive tax exemption bylaw as presented tonight under section 3A, there is an opportunity to specify those 30% of the units that would be rented at 20% below market rents. So perhaps I should be making a motion to that effect. Chair?
Yes, I will call. What we'll do is, since we have one on the floor, we'll dispense with that first, and then I'll turn to you to move the other part. So if there's anything further on receipt, I'll call the question. All those in favor of receipt? That's unanimous. Thank you. I'll turn to Councillor Bateman to move a subsequent motion.
Okay, well, how do I do this?
I
I don't have the language. I can't do it in the moment.
I'll read it out. I'm just finding it here. Just bear with me here. Okay, it would be then that council give first, second, and third readings to permissive tax exemption bylaw number 949/2026, and that council directs staff to give notice of the proposed bylaw in accordance with section 227 of the community charter prior to council considering adoption. On the screen, that's the motion that is directly out of the report.
Okay, so we need to
So
specify.
you would need to move that, and you can speak to it when there's a seconder.
Well, I haven't amended the permissive tax exemption bylaw to indicate 30% of the units.
Okay, so then that would be the part you need to do.
Yeah, so how do we do that? Mr. Lawis?
Thank you, through her worship. I wish.
Maybe a
Can
second.
we send this to Ms. Lieu instead? So the bylaw itself that was proposed as an attachment. So it would be first, second, and third readings to permissive tax exemption bylaw 949/2026, and then amending whichever section it is that you're seeking, section 3A, which says notwithstanding any other provision of this bylaw, permissive tax exemptions granted to the property classified as below market rental housing shall be phased out by 2030. So I believe it was a percentage of that that you were looking to insert.
The microphone then.
So in the second line, granted to the 30% of the units that will be rented at 20% below market rent
Right.
within the property.
So let us just put that on the screen for you.
If my Wi-Fi worked, I'd send you.
Okay, we'll just wait for staff to have that
Yeah.
on the screen and then we'll look for a seconder. So we're all clear on what is being moved and seconded.
Yeah, that seems to work.
Okay, maybe just for clarity, since I read out the one motion and that wasn't fully what Councillor Bateman was moving, can you please read that out,
Okay.
starting with that council?
So that council received, oh no, we've done that. That council give first, second, and third readings to permissive tax exemption bylaw number 949, 2026 is amended by altering section 3(1) to read, quote, notwithstanding any other provision of this bylaw, the permissive tax exemptions granted to the 30% of the property classified as below market rental housing shall be phased out by 2030.
Okay.
And that council directs staff to give notice of the proposed bylaw in accordance with section 227 of the community charter prior to council considering adoption.
Okay, just, I'll just see our staff raise their hand. Yep.
Yeah, through the mayor, may I make a revision
Absolutely.
to the motion? Can we read this way? 30%. 30% of residential class 1.
Okay.
Yeah, of the project,
So 30% of class 1
of the project.
of the rental, okay, of 30% of the residential class 1 of the property. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, Councillor Bateman, and
Yes.
seconded by Councillor Beddoes. Okay, go ahead, Councillor Bateman as the
Well,
mover.
I'll just motivate on the grounds of a few points. I mean, this is a fantastic addition to the Sooke landscape. We know it's been desired for a long time. Our expanded healthcare facilities, below market rental housing built through BC Builds, a very rich and complex process that's unfolded over a couple of years to get us to this point in time. You know, I think it's, I was very torn when we passed that permissive tax exemption policy. We are phasing out these exemptions on a truly affordable housing in Sooke, and we know that that's a need. My fear when we passed that was that we're sending a message to the nonprofit community that Sooke is not necessarily open for business for below market rental housing. This seems to be, in this situation, we now have this 5-year phase out, and that's fine. This is signaling to that, helping the catalyst get this project out of the ground, which is critical. It will help those individuals who are renting those 24 units, I think, is 30% of 80. And yeah, it's sending a message that not-for-profit affordable housing will be supported here in Sooke for 5 years, at least.
Okay, thank you. As a seconder, Councillor Beddoes.
Yeah, I'm happy to learn that we're only giving it on the 30%, which is affordable housing. And I think in fairness, say we looked hard and long at this for some of the other organizations in town that have had tax exemption for years and all of a sudden hit them with a 100% tax increase. It would be totally unfair. So I'm happy with that 30%. I just as a side note, when we were dealing with the Drennan buildings, the original tax bill would have been $231,000, And then the province came in and reassessed it, and the most we can get out of them is 86 now. So I'm concerned about these buildings going in, and we're having to pay for police officers 24/7, costing us a great deal of money. I heard the figure 270 something thousand per police officer. So unfortunately, the people living in this housing will also need police, fire, and all those things, and we have to find a way to pay for it. Unfortunately, that's just the way it is with our tax system. So I'm happy to vote for this amendment.
Okay, thank you. Other speakers on the motion? Councillor St. Pierre?
I will support the motion with the 30%, but I do think that we need a consistent treatment of all of these properties. I don't know that our taxpayers can actually afford to keep on providing these exemptions, especially on much larger projects. If you have a project with 500 units and they're all affordable, they all qualify for this. That's a huge amount. That's a lot of services that we don't have any income for. And it's not something that our residential tax base, which is where all this money is coming from at the end of the day, can really afford. So I think we have to balance a lot of things. But what I would really like to see is if this is what we're doing now, this continues to be what we do with similar projects. And we don't just make it up as we go along. So thank you.
Okay, that'll be a great discussion for the next council. Other members of council wish to speak? Go ahead, Councillor Pearson.
Yes, thank you. And I'm happy. I'm not happy overall, but no, I should say I am generally always happy. I'm happy. I'm happy that the tax exemption is being directed at the affordable housing for another 5 years, because I think it's, you know, it's, as Councillor Bateman said earlier, there's certain parts of being in society that we have to have a leg up. What I'm not happy about is what Councillor Haldane touched on earlier, is that we desperately need this medical center, and it's been in the works, and our mayor has worked tirelessly on this file for, I'm going to say, close to a decade now. And yeah, and it just seems like the goalpost just keeps getting slid a little further away all the time. And I'm happy to hear that it's going to be here by December 31st. It's going to be actual reality. So, I mean, I can support this, but again, I have two sides to this. So, you know, let's get this medical center going. We still haven't got, you know, it's interesting because Catalyst also wants full market rent for that 5,000 square feet. That's ours. You know, there's another piece of this that this doesn't sit well with me sometimes. But anyway, that's my opinion. I will support this permissive tax exception.
Councillor Haldane?
Yes, thank you. I mean, I'll reiterate my complaints of the stuff because I believe Catalyst has gotten the deal of a century here anyway. And yes, they're called a nonprofit group, but realistically, all the people that run these nonprofit groups get paid handsomely for doing what they do. So all the money that they get from all these for market rents and free properties and tax exemptions goes towards their boards and the people that run in the organization. So they do quite well. The other thing is, if you look at the provincial average, they say the average family in BC makes $68,000 per year per household. So, and with that being average, they say 1/3 of that income should be for housing. So that puts you at around $1,900 per month. That's the average family. So who decides what's for market rent and who decides what's below market rent? So do we use those terms, or is there anything that should be written into this that decides that market rent is based on what the lowest price that people get paid in wages every year? Like you know, I mean, do we base it on $18.50 an hour times 2 people and then divide that up? That's going to be the issue here in the end, is what's going to decide for market? Is it going to be Catalyst that says, yeah, it's $5,000 a month for the real stuff and $4,000 for the less expensive? That's still not reasonable for somebody, but we don't have any control over that if we just pass it based on this. Again, I get it. We need this medical center more than we need anything on the planet, but what do we give for that? How much does the taxpayer have to eat and have to pay out of their own pockets to keep subsidizing this stuff all the time? So that's where I have the issue. We have organizations looking for money time and time and time again, and we have to come up with this money from somewhere. So somebody's going to have to pay full pop at some point, I'd hope anyway. Anyhow, again, I'll reluctantly support it based on the fact that the medical center is the carrot that's being dangled here for us. And I'd like to see that happen. I'm hoping that there can be some negotiation about what's deciding market rent at some point, and maybe some of these numbers can play into it. Thank you.
Okay, I'll make some comments. I am in support of this. Well, I'm excited to see it here. It's a step that the project is moving along, and it wasn't a letter to receive that says we've canceled or are unable to proceed. This is actually moving. So that is exciting. I appreciate the cost impact on our community and the challenge around affordability and all of that. I also recognize that people in our community are living in unsafe situations and they need to be in safe, secure housing, of which this will provide. I agree with Councillor Bateman. I reluctantly supported the phase-in because I think we need to be open that people do need access to below market housing. And now there are, yes, you have it, but it's a phased-in approach at the will of council. So I totally agree and with what and echo what Councillor Bateman has said. Around the province, you hear of many medical services or health services that are stalling or fading out or on hold. And the ones that are rolling along are where the municipalities are actually hiring the doctors themselves and the nurses and are running all of that HR and taking on all of that risk. The difference here in Sooke is that we do not have a medical clinic that we can buy and operate. There is none built. So a building must come out of the ground, and that has been the challenges that we're hearing. So that would be another approach, is to take on all of that work that others are doing. And that would be another impact because we would need to bring in the related staff to actually do that. But we still don't have a building. So it's one thing to have a team of medical professions, and then we have nowhere for them to operate out of. That we have to pull it out of the ground. When this was entertained years ago, there was no private entity stepping up. Our staff looked, we ran an REF VOI or whatever the acronym of the day was, with no response whatsoever. We reached out to different developers and the pro forma failed for them. And they did not advance it. So that is where the partnership with BC Builds came along and allowed us to move ahead. And the complexity is adding different uses. And we were sort of told if you did all housing, it would be different if you just did one or the other, but we're combining uses. This is the same challenge that Searchin has had with the gathering place, is putting two uses together. Separately, we may have had a better shot, together they fail. And this is one where we're combining different elements and it's actually rolling ahead. So I take this at a time to celebrate. Yes, I will be very happy when it actually breaks ground. It may not be me at that particular ceremony, but I will wish whoever it is around the table the very best. Thank our staff for your time and attention. They've been working on this diligently for months, as has staff from the province, from various ministries, and it's been a real team approach to advance healthcare here in Sooke. I hear the pain of paying for this, but it's worse also to sit in emergency for 11 hours only to be turned that away, come back another day, and take all that time off work and try to go back the next day, day after day, until you're actually seen. So if you've been in that situation, I'm sure many of you are, it's incredibly frustrating and challenging. But here, hopefully, we'll have something close to home that folks will be able to access and will be able to carry on their day. So on that, I know
Your
that
Worship.
Councillor McMath has joined the meeting.
Yes, Your Worship. There were two things I wanted to flag. Firstly, Councillor McMath has joined the meeting, and secondly, Ms. Lieu has proposed a minor alteration to the wording of the amendment. I don't think it or the motion. I don't think it changes the meaning at all. It's simply ensuring that the bylaw is properly worded, so it doesn't need a formal amendment or anything. But before the vote took place, I wanted to flag your attention that the screen is now slightly different, stating, altering section 3A to read, notwithstanding any other provision of this bylaw, the permissive tax exemptions granted to the 30% of the residential class 1 of the property shall be phased out by 2030.
Okay, thank you for that catch. Councillor McMath has joined the meeting. Would you like to speak on the motion? I was just about to call the question.
No, go ahead and call the question.
Thank you for joining us tonight. All those in favor, please. Oh, sorry, there's a.
For record keeping purpose, I would like to keep the record straight that the health center portion may potentially qualify for a statutory exemption granted by the province under the Health Authorities Act. However, it's up to Catalyst to apply and to meet all the requirements. Staff have urged Catalyst to get hold with the province, and they did. Today, actually, the Ministry of Health already sent an email to Catalyst to those two parties to communicate to work on the statutory tax exemption on the health center portion.
Okay, well, that's out of our hands.
That's
but-
exactly right.
Yeah, but I will also say that's a very good signal that this is rolling ahead, so that's exciting. So I'm going to call the question. All those in favor? Any opposed? None opposed, and that's unanimous. Thank you. Councillor McMath, when this, as you know, from being online, the screen share, I can't see you. So if you do wish to speak in opposition or have raised your hand and I don't see you, please just verbalize and let me know.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Joining us. Okay, item 10.1, cash in lieu of parkland dedication for 5653 Sooke Road. I'll turn this over to staff, please.
Yeah, thank you. This is related to a 5-lot subdivision of a 1.29 hectare property at 5653 Sooke Road. This is the same property that was rezoned under item 9.2 of tonight's agenda. Section 510 of the Local Government Act requires 5% parkland dedication or equivalent cash in lieu payment, where 3 additional lots are being created. So based on the appraised value of the property. This report recommends that methodology and valuation of the appraisal is reviewed by the Director of Finance and Approving Officer, and if satisfied, that staff can accept the payment without returning to council, which has happened in the past. That is it for information.
Okay, so I'll just ask our corporate officer, can all these motions be read together?
Yes, Your Worship. If council is so minded, you can read all of them together, or you can break them apart if people wish to vote independently on the sections.
Okay, so I'm going to read all of them together, and then if council wishes, any council member wishes to sever, I'll entertain that at the time. And that would be that council accept cash in lieu of 5% parkland dedication pursuant to section 510 of the Local Government Act for the proposed 5-lot subdivision at 5653 Sooke Road, and that the value of the land be established by an appraisal prepared by a qualified professional based on the market value of the land at the time of preliminary layout assessment issuance in accordance with section 510 of the Local Government Act, and that the appraisal be reviewed by the Director of Finance and the Approving Officer, and where both are satisfied with the appraisal methodology and resulting valuation, the cash in lieu payment may be accepted without further council consideration, and that where concerns arise regarding the appraisal methodology or resulting valuation, the matter be referred back to council. It's moved by Councillor St. Pierre, seconded by Pearson, and on the motion, Councillor St. Pierre.
The first thing I'd like to do is just thank staff for the additional information for the Ministry of Municipal Affairs, because that provided a great deal of clarity on this particular report. And I'm sure that members of the public learned more than they ever wanted to know on the subject, and were able to follow what was going on. So thank you so much for that. I also appreciate the efforts made to actually, given that we have an election coming up, put this entirely in the hands of staff so that the developer can actually move forward without having to come back to council in case there's any sort of issues. If there's major issues, of course, it will have to come back, but this does give the process the ability to move forward without delay. So thanks for the good work.
Councillor Pearson.
This guide actually gives a lot of clarity for cash in lieu. So very good. Yeah. Thank you.
Anything from anyone else? Councillor Haldane?
Yeah, so just through the chair, I guess this 5% park dedication, could it be used for a property purchase of another park such as Eagles Club?
Yeah, through the mayor, yeah, that's exactly what it would be tagged for. It would be acquisition of future parkland.
Okay, and then that would
And
just be
only that.
decided by council of the day where that money would go, or is that a staff thing?
I imagine it would be a council decision based on staff policy, but it would come to this table.
Okay, great, thank you.
But it would only be for parkland.
Yeah,
particular.
whatever it comes out of. Okay.
Yep. Anything from anyone else? Call the question then. All in favor? None opposed. That's unanimous. Thank you. 10.2, temporary temporary appointment of deputy corporate officer. Mr. Lois.
Thank you, Your Worship. This is just to note that sadly we are currently operating without a Deputy Corporate Officer and Deputy Chief Election Officer. We are working through the recruitment process to fill those roles, but whatever happens, we certainly will not have anyone in place for the next several weeks. And so this is just asking Council to formally appoint Ms. Gray as my deputy for both of those positions, so that in case anything horrific happens, the council will, the municipality will still have the ability to operate in all functions, as she can sign in my absence on anything, any matter related to those items.
Okay, we wish you good health.
We might not normally do this, but not for the election.
Okay, this would be that the appointments of Nancy Owen as Deputy Corporate Officer of the District of Sooke and Deputy Chief Election Officer for the 2026 local government general election be rescinded, and that Rachel Gray be appointed as Deputy Corporate Officer of the District of Sooke and Deputy Chief Election Officer for the 2026 local government general election. Moved by Councillor Bateman, seconded by Councillor St. Pierre. Any comments, Councillor Bateman?
No, just that Ms. Gray has routinely stepped into positions of this kind and held the fort well until the next professional enters the ranks. Thank you.
Councillor St. Pierre? Anyone else? Call the question. All in favor? And that's unanimous. Thank you. Next up is request for sponsorship, Sooke Region Fuji Society, the Sooke Harvest Festival. We have a report here. Was staff going to add anything further than what's in the report provided? Nope. I'll just read the recommendation then. That council approved the sponsorship request from Sooke Region Food Cheese Society for Sooke Harvest Festival 2026 in the amount of $1,000. Moved by Councillor Beddoes, seconded by Haldane. Go ahead, Councillor Beddoes.
Yeah, I think it's a worthwhile endeavor, and $1,000, as Ms. Lieu says, is not a tremendous amount of money. I know it's still taxpayers' money, but I think it's the essence of our community to have these events go on. And that's a fairly big one, so I'm in full support of $1,000.
Councillor Haldane?
Yes, yeah, I'm in full support of this. The Fuji supports food banks and whatnot and help out the community, so I'm 100% behind it. Thank you.
Okay, any comments, Councillor Bateman?
Yeah, I'm 100% in support of this. I particularly appreciate the fact that Fuji delivered its financial statements as part of this sponsorship application. I think that is the best practice for all community groups coming forward, to just show us the money on these statements, and that's yeah. And I'm a big fan of Applefest. I bought a pie made by Ellen Lewis. And I think I also bought one from Alita Pierce. So it's a wonderful pie auction. It's one of the great Sooke events, and I think it attracts locals and out-of-towners as well.
Councillor St. Pierre?
I will also support. I do think that I'm looking forward to seeing what happens in the future when perhaps we have a group together with the MRDT and all of these various functions and festivals can get really organized and robust support without necessarily having to come begging to council, which I think would be fantastic for them and us. But this is a great event. It does draw a lot of people from Victoria area and all the rest. It's really amazing. So well done.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Pearson?
Yeah, I'm 100% behind this as well. It's, it defines who your community is. Little events and little celebrations and things like that are really about real people doing real things, and that's what we're all about in Sooke. So great idea.
Okay, I'll add my support to this. I don't have the date in here, so if anyone is in the room that can forward me the actual date of the event, I do look forward to it as well. I just want to mark it into my calendar. I do remember the pie auction and losing my bidding, got in a bidding war with the late Premier Horgan, and he got the pie, but it brought in well over $100. So that was on him at the time. Okay, call the question. All in favor? And that's unanimous. Thank you. 10.4, highways maintenance contract renewal. Go ahead, over to staff.
Your worship, this contract came into being in 2024. It is essentially a contractor we maintained for working on linear surface projects such as roads, sidewalks, and drainage. That original contract had an extension period that is coming up at this time, and we're looking to council to extend that contract.
Okay, thank you. I'll put the recommendation on the floor, and that is that council extend the highway maintenance contract with Victoria Contracting and Municipal Maintenance Corp. to September 30th, 2028. Moved by Councillor St. Pierre, seconded by Beddoes. Would you like to speak? No, Beddoes, anything? Anything from anyone else? Councillor Bateman?
I just had one question, and this relates to the contract signed in October 2024. So this is on page 403, and the contract price is the sum of $587,000 payable to the district by the contractor. Payable by the district to the contractor. Now, these annual incremental increases are CPI for Greater Victoria. Yes, I believe that is correct, as the staff report states, and yet the fee from October 1st, 2024 to 2025 jumped from $587 to $625. That's a $38,000 increase, which is about a 7% increase, which is higher than the CPI. So maybe I'm just in the weeds a bit too deeply here. Yeah, I'm just curious, because that CPI through you to Mr. Miller, that is the benchmark for advancing the contract.
Would that also be due to the addition of new infrastructure? But I'll ask our staff to answer.
Thank you.
Thank you, your worship. That would be part of the reason why the contract also increased, as we add extra infrastructure into the system. They do have to do additional work. So it's the CPI plus whatever infrastructure we add.
Okay, Councillor Haldane?
Yeah, thank you. I have a number of things with this contract. Basically, because even just as a regular citizen of Sooke, and I drive around with construction business and stuff, but there seems to be a lot of issues with our roads. I mean, we have mowing that doesn't happen. We have brushing that doesn't happen. We have ditches and water course maintenance. That's an issue. We have plenty of patches and holes in our roads that don't seem to get regularly looked at. And it was funny because I was looking through the whole contract, and it talks about potholes and travel lanes, and it says 24 hours on major collector roads. They will, if you phone in and you complain, they'll be there within 24 hours to fix any potholes or issues on travel lanes in the major roads. Any other roads, they'll be there within 48 hours. And I know I've driven on Otter Point for a number of years now, and that doesn't happen within weeks, let alone 48 hours and days. And a lot of people in Sooke call during those times when they're running through these potholes, and they have issues with the fact that nothing seems to be getting done. I don't have an issue with giving these guys the contract and stuff, but I think we need more oversight on what we're getting for this dollar. If there's an increase in the number of roads that they have to look after, and they're going to charge us another 38,000, they need to do the work on the roads that are already being paid for, I would hope. This cold patch method that they use quite often, I've talked to some other highways guys who live in Sooke, but they work in other highway places, say that's just a bad way of doing any kind of a patch at all. It has to be a hot patch method. And again, once you get on council, people phone you up and they say, I'm an expert at this because I work in this other yard here and here. Why are these guys getting away with this and doing this stuff? The other big issue, and probably our biggest one in general, especially during our heavy rains, is that the ditches and culverts plug up regularly. And this last year alone, it's cost literally millions of dollars in damages that we're stuck mitigating now. And I would think that maybe at some point here, an inspection process has to be done on a regular level and more often. The one that happened down just off of Woodlands Road there on Blythewood there, I mean, it came down the trailer park, it came across the road because all the ditches were plugged up, or culverts, and it went right across the road, and of course took out part of the main road there. It happened down on Charters once upon a time as well, and it's happened at the bottom, just past the Royal Bank, down at the bottom of that hill. So if we're going to renew this, we need to sit down with these guys and come up with a better plan and a better system or we have to find somebody else willing to do the work that needs to be done around the town. And I know you're brand new here through the chair or whatever, but if you understand what the public is saying and asking all the time, maybe we just need to be a little bit more on top of it. And I'll support these guys with obviously the oversight component I'm hoping happens when we're talking to them about them getting the extension. So anyhow, that's all I have to say about that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. That's noted. Thank you for that feedback. Councillor Pearson?
Yeah, and you know, it's time to renew, but it looks like, and Councillor Haldane is in the schedule that was on that, in the page. I had questions around the 24 hours, 72 hours as well, and I'm glad that Councillor Haldane identified it. And I didn't see where we have an inventory of high risk areas, and Blythewood comes to mind. So is there a way of us to catalog and have an inventory where things have to be sort of preventative as opposed to reactive?
Your worship, through the councillor, that's called asset management. And unfortunately for drainage, as an example, that's a very labor intense process. So the staff within engineering are carrying out inspections as best they can with the one person we have to do it. So trying to establish where the critical areas are is challenging at the best of times, but when you have limited personnel to do it. And also the other thing that happens with drainage, as an example, it will change from year to year because we don't know what is happening upstream outside of our own borders that could bring log material in. We could have had a tree fail the day before the storm happens. So it is something we keep an eye on as we are traveling throughout the district, and we do have Victoria Contracting also looking for these things. And so we can coordinate a response before it turns into a disaster.
And thank you for that. And that I would hope that's there. The Blythewood one, the people whose yard got flooded out said that they phoned, and again, you know, they mentioned they phoned the district on several occasions and said something bad's happening here. And of course, we were slow to react. And it says 24 hours here, but again, that's hearsay after the fact. It just feels to me that we need the preventative piece. There was a hole in Dufour Road that it seemed that it sat with a hole in the road. And then when buses couldn't turn around there for school reasons, a couple phone calls to the district after the fact, a steel plate got put over that, which, you know, maybe that would have helped if we got a steel plate like earlier on in the process. That just a couple of comments that happened throughout this year. Not criticisms, just.
That's noted. This is an extension to an existing contract, but the other pieces staff can take away and work on and go from there. Okay. I will call the question. Anything? Okay, go ahead, Councillor St. Pierre.
Just a very quick comment question. I was wondering how often street sweeping actually happens for specifically loose gravel along the sides of the roads.
Your worship, through the councillor, I wish I could answer you right off the top of my head, but I haven't reviewed the contract that extensively that I can answer it right now. I can get back to you with an answer at later this week.
Appreciate that. Thanks.
Okay, that'll come back. Okay, I'll call the question. All those in favor, please. Any opposed? That's unanimous. Thank you. Next up is 10.5, non-binding opinion, plebiscite, Sooke Gathering Place, Intergenerational Center. I'll turn this to staff, please, if there's a report. Welcome, Ms. Gray.
Yes, thank you. Apologies, I'm just getting up to speed here. So no, I don't have a PowerPoint to go along with this. This is just a report providing some information to council on a potential plebiscite question on the ballot. So I believe has been stated before about plebiscite questions. There is additional time if council feels not ready to make a decision tonight. We can obviously defer that, just receive this report for information and request us come back with additional information. So at this time, this is just in response to the various motions passed by council. And I believe there's also, and I'm not quite sure procedurally, then there's a notice of motion that Councillor Bateman has as well that is tied to this. So I will probably, I know this is a long-standing ongoing issue, so I will defer to council for what your questions are because we could branch off in many different areas, I think, on this subject matter. So I'll defer to council if there's any questions. Myself and staff are here to respond.
Okay, I think what I'll do to open up the dialogue here is just to put a motion forward that council receive the report for information. Moved by Councillor St. Pierre and seconded by Haldane. Okay, so this would then allow you to answer or ask any questions on this, gives us a bit of structure. And then following that, we can move through what is in the recommendation portion that we have within the report. And on an technical perspective, my screen just went out. Does anyone else have their screen out or are they on? Everyone here is out? Okay. This is a great day of technology. I might have, just bear with me, I might have kicked something. Everyone's out. I don't know where the connection is, but there's cords and sometimes I might have bumped something. I'll go to you in just a minute, just so we can see that. Perhaps just while we're at 7:30, so maybe what I'll do just while we're waiting to get this is we will take a 10-minute recess and then we can pick it up from there. 10, because there's gonna be a lineup otherwise. 10 minutes. Councillor McMath will be back in about 10 minutes at 7:42. Thank you.
Sounds good.
this whole thing work. So tying somebody's hands or whatever makes it more difficult for sure. So thank you.
Councillor Beddoes, then Pearson?
Thank you, Your Worship, to our financial people here. Fairly recently, I thought the province gave the district ability to borrow a certain number of millions. I heard it was 15. I'm not sure what it is, without, just on council making that decision. Am I right on that? I read it. I think it was in the paper, but not all was right in the paper. So maybe our financial person could answer.
Through the mayor, just let me explain the borrowing capacity is the province approved at 25% of our revenue as the maximum as the annual, like after you take a debt, you have to pay principal and interest. So the annual payments of principal and interest cannot exceed your annual 25% of our annual revenue. That part, the legislation has no change. And we have a lot of room to take on a debt because the sewer debt will be paid off October this year. And we only have a couple of equipment loans on the fire trucks. We're almost debt free. We will have the capacity.
Well, that in itself is good news. So thank you.
So I suppose the question is how much can council authorize staff to borrow without going to a referendum or AAP? Like, is there not a way to borrow? Because when the Lot A was acquired, that was not done through a referendum. There was sometimes or even for the fire trucks, we borrow without going through that process. So how much do we know a dollar figure we can borrow without going that way?
Your Worship, I'm not sure if Ms. Lieu can add more in terms of the actual finances, but in terms of the borrowing authorization, the issue isn't so much the amount that we're allowed to borrow as it is the time period over which we can borrow. So if council are looking to take on a debt that would take more than 5 years to repay, then we're required to obtain the assent of the electors. So as long as it's within our borrowing capacity, if we're borrowing from, say, 1 day to 4 years and 364 days, then we could do that without getting elector assent. However, even if it is a smaller amount, which is being borrowed over a period of 6 years, then we would be required to get elector assent.
Okay, I understand. So if we were to borrow 5 million over 5 years, it's $1 million. So it'd be a 10% tax increase every year. Okay, I understand. But that's an option for council to consider should they wish. Okay, understood. Speaking order, I had Councillor Pearson next, I believe.
Yep.
Yeah.
I think this is a good question for the electorate to get out. Hopefully it'll encourage people to get out and vote. I think we have to make sure that somehow we bold the words, and I've got italics from up to. I think that I don't know how we can do that in the plebiscite. Up to is in some kind of bold letters. Doesn't mean that we're borrowing 5 million. I think human nature is borrowing 5 million. So up to is kind of my request for it. Maximum of any indicator that's in the wording. Because I think people's eyes will go right to the 5 million. And it's just an opinion. I don't know. I support this going ahead. But I think that there's people who are minding the taxes and they're going to see the 5 million. So we can do it for less. It'll be great. Which I believe we can.
Okay, I'll ask staff, when this is actually on the ballot, what ability do you have to bold text, or is it just plain text as it is?
Your Worship, I'm afraid to say in all of my dealings with the company, I have a contract for the election machines. It did not occur to me to ask them what kind of formatting was possible, as I was just anticipating names, punctuation, etc. So I'm afraid that's not something I'm in a position to answer at this point.
Okay, that's fine. I think a lot of it will be there obviously the Sooke Region Community Health Initiative. This is an important event. We'll be doing communications around this. Every candidate is in support. We'll likely be sharing this, so hopefully that'll help indicate as best as we can. And we'll just see what is available when that comes forward. Councillor McMath has a question, and then I'll go to Councillor Bateman.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, great. Just on the question itself, I where do I start? So the gathering place, does every Sooke resident know what that means? I don't think they do. So I just have some questions about the public education, including how this works. And so educating voters as they come in, if it's their first time discovering this, how are we educating them either before they get there or when they're in the box, how this plebiscite works? And then should this get approved and we advance, what happens and how are we managing if the project is over $5 million? Because that's not something we've really touched on either. So if the goal of the plebiscite is to understand community wishes, I think that $5 million amount on there is going to be a bit of a disservice, because if someone goes in, that's the first thing they're going to see. I think most people would assume that they're locked in for that $5 million, and that will affect how people vote. So just education around that for the public, and also education around the gathering place itself. Because I know we all are all very aware of what it is and what it means. But to many residents who are busy with like their family, their children, their work, their day-to-day lives, I don't think a lot of the community knows what that is. So I think we could finesse the way that the question is written and perhaps have it more in layman's terms. Do you support council focusing on the development of this community space? And then underneath it, perhaps something that is up to $5 million with a catch on there that says that still would come back to council for discussion, so they understand that they're not locked into this potential huge tax increase.
That's a very valid perspective, Councillor McMath. When you're in it all the time, it makes complete sense. But no, I appreciate you raising that. And then in terms of, you had a question around like educating the electorate at large, and where does that fall and who does that fall upon? So I guess I'll ask staff, like, what role do we have in showcasing or answering what that is? Or would we be looking to search in to do that? The Sooke Region Community Health Network.
Your worship, in terms of, so it would be important that the district be neutral on the presentation of this question. So we would have a role to play in education, and certainly not to do any kind of campaigning for or against. But I think we would expect the proponents that are actually much more interested in the development would be the ones with a moral responsibility to do the education to voters on why they felt that people should vote one way or the other.
Okay, and I think part of it may be answered in the intergenerational center, but again, it then depends on how much background the voter at large has had to do into what that is. If someone just left it blank, that's an option too. That may happen, like leaving. Okay. All right, Councillor Bateman was next.
Yeah, so thank you. Yes, Councillor McMath makes a good point. Okay, so my first question is the motion we passed back on April, whatever that was, 27th, I think, did very explicitly state Lot A in the question. Now you've come back with a recommendation to remove that. I know it's stated in your report, but just for the public record, could you, through you, Chair Tate, can you explain why you've removed Lot A from this question?
I'll potentially start here. Apologies. Ms. Moog isn't here, who is closer to this report than myself. So I believe Lot A was removed specifically as a recommend. Again, this is just a staff recommendation. Council can alter this motion or this question any way they.
We have an alternative motion here.
Oh, they
Let's
like.
just let Ms. Gray finish.
Yeah, I
first,
will.
please.
Okay. So yes, Lot A was removed because I believe in staff's opinion, well, yes, Lot A has been the main location for this, and it's been included in the initial studies and surveys that were done back in the day. A lot of things have changed since then, and so I guess it just didn't want to limit it to only Lot A. If another opportunity comes up with, say, Air Manor, who we know has land, other organizations that have land swaps and things like that come into factor, and if it's limited to just Lot A, then that definitely narrows down the scope of creative opportunities and options to work with willing developers or builders to do that. So because this is a non-binding question, it was just recommended by staff to remove the reference specifically to Lot A, just
Okay, thank you.
to have more options available. And then as well, just wanted to follow up again to Councillor McMath's point on the 5 million figure. I believe that came from council's motion, put the $5 million figure out there to Councillor Haldane's point. Staff aren't clear what 5 million where that figure came from and what to do with that figure. So that's the 5 million. We don't quite know exactly what we can get for $5 million. It would depend on the location and willing partners.
Well, thank you for that. I hope, as I explained back on April 27th, as the councillor that brought forward this motion in the first place, the $5 million, I'd like to definitely amend, as Councillor Pearson has just noted, this whatever the final question is, up to a maximum of 5 million. That was deemed to be a number that would be the kind of Kickstarter to get this project underway. And the vagueness of this number of the up to 5 million maximum is very much based on a situation when you do give a project a fresh jolt of life and juice, things start happening, just as we saw with $100,000 donation to the project immediately following that meeting. It's now in the public realm. There are all sorts of possibilities, creative possibilities with this project. If we get a strong yes vote, the next council can ideally create a task force or okay, that's my opinion. Your statements here in the final clause is that should a majority of voters indicate support by voting yes, staff will come back with the following steps. The district will undertake this. Now, as Ms. Dunn noted in her comments, does this leave Searchin out in the cold? Or how would you work with Searchin, who has taken the lead on this project since but back in Marlene Barry's day with the plebiscite of 2014, and here we are. So how will Searchin be involved in this theoretical future?
Through your worship to Councillor Bateman. So Searchin's role, as you've stated, has been the main advocate and champion for this initiative for years, longer than I've worked here. So they will definitely still be involved. They are the party that will be managing, and I assume, right? That's the whole point, is we need more information. So I believe that's why Searchin wasn't specifically named, I guess, again, in the suggested question or in the motion, because it's a bit premature. We need a lot more information on the feasibility, the business planning, what the model would look like. Maybe Searchin plays a different role in it. We're not 100% sure on what the how to operationalize this. So they haven't been named specifically in the report, but that doesn't mean they're not going to be involved in the project. That will be, again, at council's discretion, how much they're involved and how much authority they are granted over the project.
Okay.
I'll just,
All right.
are you, okay?
Yeah.
I just wanted to add that we are on information. So this, what is on the screen has not yet been read in. It's just a starting point that staff put together. So there is a way to adjust the language to add in the maximum if you like. You could also add, as the speaker indicated earlier, a phrase that council directs staff to work with search and community partners. Like we can amend that. There is room here. And also your follow-up notice of motion, which comes afterwards, you could put Lot A back into the equation with the address to have it more specific. So I'm just saying that we're on information and this other piece will be next anyway. But I'll turn to Councillor Beddoes and then St. Pierre and then Haldane. Did you have your hand up too?
Yeah, thank you, Your Worship. I just wanted to comment about some of the things that have been said. I think the question is pretty clear. Borrow up to, whether you say maximum up to or the most or whatever it is, it's pretty clear to me. If somebody reads that, I would think that the population, by the time the election comes around, they'll be well versed in this whole matter. And I did have some concerns about the 5 million because initially, being involved in some things with Sea Park and how much things cost, I was a little worried that 5 million may not be enough depending on what we're doing. But with that being said, if this comes through, let's say everybody says 90% EFE, which I hope it does, and it comes in at 6 million, we still have to go back to the citizens to pay for it. So, I mean, we look maybe a little bit foolish by not putting it in the front, but I think the idea is to get indication from the community that they want this gathering place intergenerational center to happen. And my feeling is they do. So I'm happy with the way it is right now, up to 5 million. And I kind of agree with staff that I think Lot A is the logical place, but you're right, something could come up in the meantime. And I wouldn't want to see us locked into Lot A if there's a better location. But I'm okay with the way it is right now. And I think it's time we just stop talking about it, made a vote, get on with it and get it back to the people and they'll tell us.
Okay, thank you, Councillor St. Pierre.
I've been listening carefully to what everyone said, and I really like what Councillor McMath and what Councillor Haldane had to say about it in terms of the 5 million. I don't actually see a value in including that 5 million, period. If we're going to be borrowing, we're going to be borrowing. And the public will probably assume the worst, and maybe they should, if we don't provide an actual number. At least then they'll give us an honest opinion of what they think of actually spending money this way and potentially having their taxes increased. If we follow that, if there's a strong approval, which as has been noted, we probably will get, well, won't anticipate maybe getting, then we have, if we want to avoid a referendum, we can go to an AAP with numbers, with actual strong numbers, because the process basically that we're looking at would actually have some strong numbers. I also agree that specifying Lot A is not to our advantage. It's likely to happen there, but depending on what kind of partnerships we can look at, depending on where we get the money, I'm actually really interested, for example, in knowing at some point I expect an amenity cost charge bylaw to come out. Can we pay for something like operational costs or building out community centers like this using amenity cost charge? I think we can. So there might be income to pay off a loan. There might be a lot of opportunities. We have all this stuff potentially open to us. I don't know why we'd lock this down with details that may actually be wrong. So I like keeping it to a firm commitment. The district is going to borrow money to try and make this happen. That commits the district to a plan to assist any potential partners, including Search-In, in making this happen. And I think we need that approval from the public. Everything else is either confusing and it's underlining in up to or maximum of 5 million, but could be more. Why bother? Let's just take it out. Thank you.
Okay, we're on information. I'll just add a few comments. I hear what you're saying. However, the question then is, well, how much is the district borrowing? You're not telling us anything. And so then it could be 5, 10, 20 million. Like, I don't know. Like, I think in this way, there is a number there. There also then, should this pass, this may then trigger other additional support that would come in. And as things are more known, maybe it's less. Wouldn't that be something? Because you need to start with something, because otherwise everyone would say, well, in my head going in, it's 50 million, because that was the road, the Throup connector road. So there's nothing, like, it just needs to be contained in a way. And then I think there's a way for people then to say, okay, well, how much, if you borrow 5 million, you can do the math over 20 years. How much is that? And break it down into payments, and how would we achieve that? So there's something. It also then mobilizes the volunteer experts in our community to also fundraise and get the sponsorships and all of that, because now the district is showing up with one piece and they can attract the rest and start exploring all those other opportunities. So it may be the case where, no, all we want to burden the community with is maybe up to 5 million. We now want to seek all this other support from other entities to bring that down. In terms, I still tend to want the this is me, we're not on this, I'm just going to put it in a thought piece, because council, I'm also looking at Councillor Bateman's notice of motion that comes after, is the location, because yes, there may be others, but we've been talking about that for a long time, about finding alternative options in the community. And something may show up, but to date, nothing has. And so at some point, you do need to know, like, how do you plan if you don't know where it's going to land? Now, at least if it's in here with a location and the community agrees that that's a great location, then the Sooke Region Community Health Network can go on and then plan and site plan and what it's going to look like and where it's going to be. If there's no place for it to land, it's still just a concept drawing floating around, waiting to land somewhere. And then we could end up with a generic, boring box that just fits in anywhere that nobody really likes. People do like to see Sooke character reflected in the buildings. We've heard that over time where we see that. So then they can work more site specific and work with the land in terms of what is the best layout there. There's a desire for the community to see the trees remain at the back. Where could the plaza be located? Perhaps that would be at the front. Great place for youth, more sunlight, no shadow. And you can start planning all of that. If we say, okay, we're going to find another location, it almost feels to me that in 4 years, that election, the council is going to come down with a borrowing bylaw for to put it in here, because we spent 4 years looking at other places and other possibilities. And then I think there'll be just a lot of frustration. The desire that I'm hearing is you can just get on with it and get it finished. Okay. They've been out there fundraising, all the signs, all the meetings that people have been attended to. I feel for Ms. Panelski, who really just wants to see this happen. She's held the banner for a very long time. We started this in 2014. It's been 10 years now. Like, we just need to get on with it. And Searchin has explored many different options. We talked a little bit, or I mentioned earlier, the combination of uses, the challenges that had with getting other funding. It's come back to, what is the problem we're trying to solve? We need a gathering place that's intergenerational for seniors and youth. That is the problem we're trying to solve. And this is our way of solving that. Fine, let's get electoral, get everyone talking about it, get electorate support. Then the next council can say, okay, we have or don't have a firm ask, or if we don't, let's say they say no. We like the idea of the gathering place. We don't want you to borrow any money. Then Searchin at least knows that they can still go on with the location and trigger Plan B, because the need is there and it has to happen. So this is non-binding. It will be on candidates to educate as well while they're out getting the vote out. Searchin will certainly do their part, but the show's been on for a long time. And so I think for me, I know we're on information right now. I appreciate staff wanting to be neutral and explore others. I think it's time to just lock it in and get on with it. That's where I sit on it, because it's time, and I'll be in the audience champion council in the future to be like, remember that gathering place that you've talked about? Like, and carrying that banner, because it still hasn't happened yet. I don't want to do that. I'd like to just one day be able to walk in there. Okay. I'm going to call the question on receipt. We're on receipt. And then we're going to move into the next part. but it's all tied together.
Okay, just a couple of comments. Thank you for that, Mayor Tate, of course. I don't know whether, I know this question will go ahead, and if I don't start motivating on my particular follow-up motion, that motion is null and void.
Well, you'll be able to motivate on that in the next part. So I would just introduce
Okay.
your thought here because we still are on information and then we'll break it down. What I plan to do on the next part is break it down into segments.
Okay, then I'll have comments at that time.
Okay, anyone else wanting to talk on receipt? It's all here. I'll call a question on that. All those in favor, please. And that's unanimous. Thank you. Okay, so when we get to the recommendation here, I'm going to just read out what our staff has, and then of course, that can be moved, seconded, amended, so on. But just to get it out there, that council approved the following non-binding opinion question for inclusion on the October 17, 2026 election ballot. In your opinion, should the District of Sooke consider borrowing up to $5 million to support the construction and initial operational startup of the Sooke Gathering Place Intergenerational Center? Yes, no. Moved by Councillor Pearson, seconded by, sorry, did I call you St. Pearson? Or sorry, Councillor Pearson, and seconded by St. Pierre. Go ahead, Councillor Pearson.
What I'm hoping for is that this translates into action. If there's a will, there's a way. You said a lot of things in the previous comments there. This passed in 2014. That's 12 years ago. The people of Sooke said they want a gathering place. So it's incumbent upon, even without this plebiscite question, I think we have to have a will in our community to get a gathering place built. This is a technical piece of it, up to $5 million. It gives some direction to council, but council ought to have that direction already, in my humble opinion. We just need to get it done. And we need to develop a will within whoever the council is in future. We need to develop that will and actually make it a reality, because there's been people in our community who have been selling cupcakes, bless them, for 12 years, and attending events and promoting it. They've done a great job of promoting the gathering place from their side. The will has to come back to us at this table. So whoever's here, whether it's me or whether it's anybody else, get it done. So anyway, this question starts that process again.
Okay, Councillor St. Pierre.
I like the question as it stands. I very much like what our mayor had to say about the $5 million. I do see now that if you actually have a $5 million, even if you're looking for partnerships to top it off or whatever, it does give us something to work with. I think we could do without, but I see the value of having it there, and I can totally accept that. I do think that including Lot A specifically is to our detriment. We have actually worked with Searchin and have actually worked with BC Housing to try and put it on Lot A. Lot A has always been the place in many ways, but I do think personally that what we need is a series of community centers, intergenerational centers in every neighborhood with a hub in Lot A. And what that's going to look like is a little bit different. It needs, in order for people to be able to reach it when they're in a wheelchair or on a bicycle, for it to not all be in Lot A, because that just creates massive parking problems too. So I do think that we need to be creative. I think we have to allow for other siting. I think including Lot A specifically doesn't allow for the creativity, the partnerships, and all the great things that we need and can happen if we just don't put it, okay? We all know that Lot A is going to be good. And we have a second motion through Councillor Bateman that can include Lot A as a primary site and enshrine it. We don't have to put it here.
Okay, I'll go to Councillor McMath online and then to Councillor Beddoes.
Thank you. There's a lot of comments around the getting on with it. And I just wanted to pause on that, because us taking a little bit more time to educate the public doesn't delay the project, and the question will be on the ballot. It's more just investing in the success, and the success for me with this plebiscite is that every voter that gets to that booth fully understands what is being asked on that question. So I sent an email, and it retains the $5 million, but it's finessed it a bit, excuse me, where like when you say intergenerational space, people don't know what that means. Like, uh, so having a more simplified explanation, because the whole goal of this is not to be locked down to a site, not to be locked down to who's running it. The whole goal of the plebiscite is to understand what is a priority for the community. So us taking a little bit more time here to educate and to clarify and have transparency is going to go a long way for the success of this question. The success not being whether it's a yes or a no, just that each participant understands what it is that's being asked of them. So I don't know if you've received that, but it's in there, and it just includes a bit more simplified language for the person that doesn't have time to get as educated as they would like.
Okay, so what I'm going to do, Councillor McMath, is entertain that as an amendment. Because it is, I would say, the same intention, it's just different language. And for ease of everyone here, what I would suggest then with this amendment is it would be actually striking out everything in bold. So the first part that council approve is there. It would be striking out, in your opinion, like all of that up until question mark, leaving the yes or no, and then supporting it, pardon me, replacing it with, do you support the District of Sooke exploring funding options, including borrowing if necessary, to develop a new community center for people of all ages? Question mark. If supported, council may consider borrowing up to 5 million as part of a broader funding strategy. Any borrowing would require further council consideration and any required approvals. So that way we can all see what we're doing here. So I'll just wait till, okay, oh, it's on the screen. Okay, so Councillor McMath, that is your amendment that you're moving. Is there a seconder for this amendment? Councillor St. Pierre is seconding it. Councillor McMath, would you like to motivate any further on this proposed amendment?
I think we all have the same goal right now. So it's just my goal is just so that the public fully understands and ensures the success. And again, like I said, whether it's a yes or a no, what we want to know is the public's opinion. I just want to make sure everyone's grounded in what it is that they're voting for. Thank you.
Okay, I'll go to Councillor St. Pierre as the seconder.
I really appreciate Councillor McMath's work on this and the plain language that's being used, because it does clarify things in plain speak, which is great. I have hopefully a very friendly amendment. In the second part, any borrowing will require further council consideration and either referendum or AAP, because that's what we would require at that point for borrowing, and that way people know.
You're motivating on an, I would say.
Is it a friendly amendment?
Well, it's the same thing, like required approvals would include either an AAP or a referendum. Like if we're putting this on a ballot.
Then perhaps, and require approval from the public.
Approvals from the public. Okay, so
If Councillor McMath is.
I'll then entertain that as an amendment that Councillor St. Pierre is moving, so we can follow the bouncing ball. So if staff can add any required approvals from the public, is that your addition?
No, first would require further council consideration and require approval from the public.
Okay, and so strike out any required approvals and then replace and approval from the public would be the amendment. Is there a seconder for the amendment to the amendment?
Oh, come on.
No, it's no, I'm not seeing anyone second that, so we can just leave it as it is. Thank you, staff. There was no seconder for that, so we can You don't have to do that. And go back to Councillor McMath's original language of and any required approvals. Okay?
Sorry, if I may, just to clarify procedurally, that's, Mr. Lawis and I are just discussing, this motion. And the second part is more informational, so we don't believe the second part would even be on the ballot as the question. The question is the first part. That can be information that is shared as part of the public information sharing, neutral public information sharing about, you know, an info sheet on the project. We can include a narrative like that. However, just to kind of clarify, it's mostly, it is the words in bold that will be the question on the ballot, just to clarify. And then the other a couple sentences there can be, if council wants to continue talking about that, that can be in the information package that's prepared.
Okay, what I would suggest though is in the event that council sees an appetite for this, then for this change, rather than binding it that this is the question, I would suggest that it would need to come back to a future meeting to see if it actually worked before just discussing this tonight. I just want to put that out there that I would think it just needs to be, it would need to have a different view. So I'll just leave that. So the amendment fails. Our next speaker was Pearson on the amendment.
Yep. And while I fully appreciate Councillor McMath's intention of simplifying it, I think that there has been a tremendous amount of effort and advertising in our community calling it the gathering place. I think they've done a great job of making it known. It's called the gathering place. And I think that the volunteers, I wouldn't want to change this to a new community center. I would prefer it to have the word gathering place. It even says gathering place on the top of this slide. I think a lot of people are already well aware of the word gathering place. And we talked about educating the public and all of those things. I don't think we need to re-educate the public on what is a community center. I think the gathering place is well known in our community. And if it doesn't have the word gathering place in that question, I'm not going to support it.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Pearson. I'll go to Beddoes and then Bateman on the amendment.
Yeah, I concur with Councillor Pearson. I think the first question is very, very clear. I think the seniors in our community have spoken loud and clear, and I think they've waited long enough. I think we kicked this around at previous meetings, and I think it has to be the gathering place. And I like that it says intergenerational. That says it as well. And I like the idea that the 5 million's in there, because I think if I was voting on something, and I will be voting on this, by the way, that I like a dollar value attached to things, because, if you just leave it like this, I mean, I know there's a second part with just information, but, when you say someone would you, the district to build something, they'll say how big you're going to build it, how much you're going to spend, where you're going to get the money, and all those things like that. In that first one that we were dealing with, it made it very clear, and I think we just get on with it. I'm starting to get a little weary of wordsmithing everything. So the public is not stupid. They know exactly what it is. I've talked to people on the street, and they're so much in for this. I think this just clouds the issue, so I will not support the amendment.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Bateman.
Yeah, so to the amendment, thank you both for those comments. I do believe that the original question that we approved back on April 27th, with or without Lot A, is clear. The key point here in the amended motion, it speaks of developing a new community center for people of all ages. Well, in fact, the gathering place very specifically is a senior youth intergenerational center. I was about to say those of us in the middle ground. No, I'm now a senior, so I will be dropping in there. But it's not a community center for people of all ages. It is a gathering place for seniors and youth. Yeah. So yeah, I won't be in support of the amendment. And I think maybe now I'll just mention this $5 million. You know, we very much specifically in drafting this question, the thought was, and I'm speaking of the age-friendly committee now, the recognition that we are in an affordability crisis here. So by putting a maximum price tag on this, and it was, you know, when we first started thinking of it, we were thinking, well, there will also be a road question as well. So, and we've just put, you know, a 10.5 tax increase through. So we needed to come up with a number, a maximum number, and it very explicitly stated in the request that we get back these numbers. So if we borrow $2 million, that's going to cost me as a taxpayer on an average assessed property $400 over 20 years. And if we were to go as high as 5 million, it would cost me $1,000 over 20 years to borrow that kind of money at, I believe it was a 4% MFA rate. So this is why the 5 million is there as a reflection of, yeah, this is an affordability issue for people in Sooke. And again, it's a question of what the district would borrow to pony up into a larger budget that could well be supported by a number of other sources, including the good people of Sooke, and grants and other ways and means. So that's it for now.
Okay, thank you. Anything else on the amendment? Councillor Haldane?
Yeah, I'd like to have the original question forward for the information process as well. Again, I can appreciate where this is coming from, but we need the information there. I think it needs to stay who's doing it and how much we're thinking of possibly borrowing for it. So.
Okay, thank you, everyone. I'll call the question on the amendment. All those in favor of the amendment? Councillor St. Pierre in the room. Councillor McMath, are you still in favor of your amendment?
Yeah, I've had my hand up for quite some time.
All right, missed you. I will go back to you and pause the vote. Go ahead, Councillor McMath.
Just to follow up on a couple things, and I had a couple questions. When Councillor Beddoes makes statements that the public isn't stupid, what he's inferring is that's what I'm saying. And that's not what I'm saying. The reality is that people are so busy, they do not have time to consume all the information that we do every single day for the last like 7.5 years that we've been here. So this just gives them it's to help them. It's only to assist and to educate. And ultimately, if the group's goal is to succeed with this, then that's what this helps do. My follow-up question is to staff, and are you saying that there is not enough room to have both pieces on the ballot?
What I heard was that the second part is more sort of administrative operational. It would be what the next steps that would happen. It doesn't need to be, I'll let staff reiterate that.
Through your worship to Councillor McMath, I believe that's what Mr. Lawis and I were trying to confirm, is if the second part is appropriate to be on the ballot for a question, if it's just like information. The more critical point is the yes or no question. So at this time, we don't know exactly if that needs to go on there. I'm not sure. Mr. Lawis has been looking at this as council's been debating here. So I don't know this second, if you want an answer today, if that needs to be on the ballot.
I do, just because obviously it changes. Because if the secondary piece can't go, then I wouldn't align with my own motion. But I just want clarity of whether they can go together or if they can't. And if we don't have an answer, then maybe it can come back. But
thank you, Your Worship. I would say on this, it's a question of, because however this goes, it would be a community poll, which means there are far fewer rules on explicitly what can and could not go on. Certainly, if this were a referendum which was being approved by the ministry, then the second section would not be allowed by the ministry to be on the ballot, because the only thing they allow is the explicit question, which ends yes or no. So anything which you wanted to be included in the question would need to be before that point. and then worded in the form of that question.
But for this in particular.
For this, because this would purely be a community opinion poll, there is more flexibility for council to instruct that they would like that to be on, even though it would not represent a actionable question in the form, so that the ministry would allow if it were a binding vote.
So I think Councillor McMath, for myself, if we were to entertain this, then I would want to see it return at a future meeting. Because we're all just looking at it for the first time here, including our staff. So they would need to process that to see what would be the best fit if this was the plebiscite question. So
Sure.
right now,
Pause.
as we just received it, then this is what our staff have put forward, that the first part goes on the ballot and the second part doesn't. But if you're wanting this to still move in this way, then I would suggest it needs to come back after everyone's had more time to look at it. But in the room right now, I'm not seeing support for this amendment.
Well, the difference is that if staff is saying that only the first half can go in, I understand that. But if both pieces are in there, then if Councillor Bateman has concerns about all ages, but he wants it to be specified that it's youth and seniors, that's a minor tweak. The goal of this is to simplify and educate. That's the sole purpose of this recommendation.
Okay. So I've been asked now to call the question on the amendment, so I will do that and call a question. All those in favor of the amendments? Councillor St. Pierre and McMath. All those opposed is Councillor Bateman, myself, Beddoes, Pearson, and Haldane. So the amendment fails, and we're now back to the original motion. If we can have that back on the screen, please. Okay, so that would be as it was written. I will test an amendment. And that would be to add, hold on a second. After the word center, so at the very end before the question mark, to be located on district-owned property at 6671 Wadhams Way. So that the location is in there. I'll move that and look for a seconder, seconded by Councillor Bateman. So this would then answer the, where is this going? What are you talking about? What are we doing? When we refer to it as Lot A, like, it needs to be, I think we can do better than Lot A, but I think it's just, this is the address, 6671 Wadhams Way, and that just firms up where it's going and answers that to the electorate. So that's why I'm putting the location in there. So it's been seconded by Councillor Bateman. So it just, I've heard what staff said around the flexibility and all of that, and I know that Councillor Bateman's motion is following, but this just ties it all together. And then the community can weigh on and just, okay, we are serious about this. This is how much we're potentially going to borrow, and this is what we're borrowing for, and this is where it's going to be. So I think it's just 6670 Wadhams, or 6671 Wadhams Way. Okay, thank you. I'll stop talking. Councillor Bateman as the seconder, and then I'll go to the speakers list again.
Yeah, so yeah, I'm pleased to see that, because of course this is the intent of the original motion. You know, I'm going to use some of the motivation I was going to use for my follow-up motion here. You know, the search-in team and the Gathering Place supporters have been focused strongly on Lot A as the highly centralized town center location for this facility. As demonstrated in the 2019 Lot A report, it is a logical and consistent part of a quartet of complementary uses on a rare piece of town center public land. The public library, the primary care center, the public plaza, and this intergenerational center. And this is a key missing link in Sooke's community infrastructure identified as a priority community need more than a decade ago. You know, Ms. Logan said it well today. Yes, the gathering place is no longer affiliated with the seniors residential component, which was always a part of the district planning along with Searchin up until, I guess, 2024, when BC Housing finally said, you know, Sooke, you've had enough from us, and you're going to have to wait for another project. So this unfortunate development should not derail the vision of the gathering place on Lot A. Yeah, and I think it's important to note that shortly after the plebiscite, Herb, sorry, I'm going to carry on here. Just shortly after the plebiscite, a community spaces committee was formed and met in this hall. And one of the key recommendations arising from that committee chaired by Lieu was that the gathering place be focused on the new lands, which thanks to the council of the day, purchased that prime piece of downtown real estate. And yeah, I would very much like to see that amended motion proceed. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Beddoes.
Thank you very much, Your Worship. I just want to remind everybody, this is a non-binding opinion. So, I mean, we can put Lot A in there, and I think it's fine. I don't have any problem with that. But the council of the day next year, if they found a better spot, they could deal with it then. So this just gives, again, some clarity to the people that are really working hard to make this happen. And but it's non-binding, so I'm happy with that. Thank you.
Okay, Councillor St. Pierre, I believe.
I believe Councillor Beddoes has swayed me, because I was much concerned that this would actually bind us to one single location. And if other opportunities arose, oh, if what you're saying is true, then I can actually accept this. Otherwise, I was not going to support this. All right. So well done. You've done it once. All right. Having said that, it would be nice to include the word community center, intergenerational community center, but I'm not going to insist. Thank you.
Okay, fine. Councillor Pearson.
Yeah, I think it's a good thing that we're doing, and I think that by getting this on the ballot in October, we'll have a clear direction coming out of that, and that's really what we need. People need to see that we're moving forward. This is a step moving forward, so I'll support it.
Councillor Haldane,
100%.
any comment?
I'm actually running in the next election, but I would like to call the question just so people here can go home at a reasonable time. So if we could do that, I'd be.
We can do that. So we are on the amendment, though.
I vote for whatever we need to do to keep it moving.
All right. I will call the question on the amendment. All those in favor of the amendment? Any opposed? That's unanimous. So now on the main amended motion, that would be the first part as it's amended. Any other comments? You can, that is in
Yeah, I
order.
would just like to see borrowing up to a maximum of 5 million, because, you know, it is true. We need to get that.
Okay, you
clarity.
can't motivate until you have a seconder. So it would
Up to
be
a max.
up to a max. We're adding in maximum of. Is there a seconder? Seconded by Councillor Pearson. Now you can motivate.
I think it says it all. It's the need for as much clarity as we can deliver to the voter.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Pearson. He agrees. Councillor Beddoes.
Yeah, I'll go along with it, but I remind people it's a non-binding opinion. So you could put up to a maximum or whatever you like in it. It is just giving us some indication, and up to was fine with me. But if you want to put maximum there, I agree with Councillor Haldane. Let's just get on with it and get this going.
Okay, fine. I will call the question on the amendment. All those in favor of the amendment? Any opposed? That carries unanimously. And so now on the main amended motion, any further comments? Did you have a comment or an amendment, Councillor Haldane? Oh, you're ready to vote. Okay. All right, I will call the question. All those in favor? Anyone opposed? Okay, that is unanimous as well. So that part is done. Now we'll move on to the next part of this, which is And that council directs staff to complete the legislative and administrative steps required to include the non-binding opinion question on the October 17, 2026 election ballot. Moved by Councillor St. Pierre, seconded by Haldane. Any comments, Councillor Haldane? Anyone else? All in favor? Anyone opposed? That's unanimous. And then the next part would be, and that should a majority of voters indicate support by voting yes, staff report back to council before any borrowing or project commitments are considered with information on feasibility and business planning, capital and operating impacts, potential partner, agency, governance and delivery models, site and tenure considerations, and any further statutory approval requirements. It's moved by Councillor St. Pierre and seconded by Beddoes. Would you like to speak to it?
No.
Councillor Beddoes, Councillor Haldane, Councillor Pearson, Councillor Bateman.
Yeah, I just want to thank staff for coming up with this roadmap. I think it's an excellent addition.
Okay, I'm going to add an amendment. It's because I like doing that. Inspiration on. I want to add and just a final after all this, and I'll put and that council directs staff to work with the Sooke Region Community Health Network and related community partners. I would like to see that organization in here. Is there a seconder for that? Seconded for that. So just for staff, it'll be just like another and that at the very end on the amendment. Is that clear? It's not quite on the screen, but is anyone wishing to speak on the amendments? I'll call the question on the amendment. All those in favor of the amendments? Anyone opposed? None opposed. So now on this main amended motion. Yes, Beddoes. Yep, thank you. So then that way it just includes searching going forward in this particular work. So I will call the question on, did I call the question on the amendment? I did. Okay, so now on the main amended motion, sorry. All those in favor, please. Anyone opposed? None are opposed. That carries unanimously. So that completes
Wow.
that particular item. However, we do have a notice of motion that is connected to this within this report. So we're going to move to that part next. And this was the notice of motion that Councillor Bateman provided. Whereas the Gathering Place Intergenerational Center was identified for a portion of the Town Center Lot A and the Council approved Sooke Lot A, a future in planning 2019 report along with the library, healthcare facilities and a public plaza. And whereas the Sooke Region Communities Health Network requires certainty as plans move forward for the Gathering Place and the related plebiscite, therefore be resolved that Sooke Council direct that remaining land on Lot A be held in reserve for a public plaza and the Gathering Place with associated parking space for a period of no longer than 5 years. That's Councillor Bateman's motion that he read in at the last regular meeting. Do we have a seconder for that? Seconded by Councillor Beddoes. Okay, now going to Councillor Bateman.
Okay, so we've had a lot of conversation and I feel under the gun to get this done quickly. So I will do my best to be brief here. I want to quote Surgeon President Nikki Logan's in the letter that is part of our package. She is very encouraged to know that every person on this council is in favor of making the Gathering Place a reality sooner rather than later. She also adds, it is imperative that we get an answer to access to Lot A. And when she says we, she means the Sooke Region Communities Health Network and the steering committee. With that access, we have leverage to engage funders, builders, developers, and donors to support this project. And with that kind of support, we won't need to find $5 million in taxpayer support. So that's really what it comes down to. As I said earlier, Lot A has been identified from the get-go. We do now have the library in place. We have the footprint of the Urgent Primary Care Center and related housing, which has now taken up a larger piece of the property than originally intended. So really that's where it stands for a period of no longer than 5 years, so that we have a field of dreams upon which this project can be developed.
Thank you. Councillor Beddoes was the seconder.
Yeah, I think at this point in time, Lot A is the most logical place. And again, even though this is binding somewhat, the next council could change it very quickly if they had to. But I think for Searchin and the group that's worked so hard to get to where we are today, I think they need that so they can work to the future, as Councillor Bateman said. So I'll be supporting this motion.
Other members, Councillor St. Pierre, then Pearson, then Haldane.
I have a question through your worship to staff, and that's just, I support the spirit of the motion as it stands. I'm concerned about it being all remaining land, because I don't think that we're looking at all of the remaining land. And I'm hoping that Searchin and staff can actually work with partnerships and other uses. So for example, if there was an arts group that wanted to do a theater plus gathering place or whatever it might be, is this actually going to be permissible with this motion as it's written? That's a question for staff.
Through your worship to Councillor St. Pierre, I think that's possibly staff's reservation with this motion is the way I read this limits it to a public plaza and the gathering place, period. So it's very limited, and it is for the remaining 2 quadrants on Lot A. So if the gathering place needed all of that land for we're not quite sure how this gets operationalized too. I believe Councillor Beddoes stated a future council can come and reverse this motion. We were just debating, are you putting like a lease or a license to occupy on this land with this motion? So I'm a little respectfully, I'm a little unclear. I appreciate this provides Searchin, specifics in a motion for Lot A. However, it's in the gathering or it's in the plebiscite question, the location specifically there. So yeah, I believe this would handcuff
Searchin
and staff to be creative the way it's currently written. However, again, we defer to council with this, and if it did need to come forward to a new council, that's council's will to bring something forward.
Okay, so my interpretation is that unless we actually tighten up the language and change it, we should simply not put this forward, because the previous motion actually covers this anyway. And so those are my thoughts. I would not support it as it's written, because I think it might make it more difficult to actually get the place built.
Okay, thank you. I have a speaking order. I'll go next to Pearson, Haldane, and then McMath.
Yeah, and I appreciate what Councillor St. Pierre just said. It feels like a little bit that we've already covered Lot A. We haven't got an answer to Lot A yet. It feels like this is just out of sync with the steps that would happen. This motion may be more applicable after the plebiscite gives us the go-ahead to be on Lot A. Then I think there's another discussion that would say, okay, we're going to give this land, as opposed to tying it up for 5. I don't know. It doesn't feel like it's congruent to me with what we just decided.
Okay, that's fair. Councillor Haldane, then McMath.
Yeah, so I appreciate where this is coming from, 100%. But one council can't fetter another council's ability, obviously, to be able to do bylaws stuff. And the only other way of making this work, really, there's a section in the local government at 516, and it's about phase development agreements. And that's how you could protect the use of a piece of land for a period of time for up to 20 years. And you would have to go through some process like that if we were going to do this. But again, even with that, are we willing at this state in the game, 3 months to go, we're going to tie the hands of the future council by passing a phase development agreement on a piece of property? Probably not. So I think at this point, if it's in there, I mean, I'll support it either way. But realistically, legally, I mean, we're making words out of it. That's all. But anyhow, thank you very much.
Councillor McMath.
I was just wondering if a compromise that sort of catches what Councillor Bateman is trying to achieve is if we added it to the strat plan. Because I do think it is a bit premature. And ultimately, if the ballot is not successful, then what happens with this motion? So then does that remain locked in and then it can't be touched for 5 years, those pieces? So perhaps the strat plan it kind of hits both points, because either way they could reverse it, but this way then it's top of mind for the council, the new council, as they get onboarded, and then provides a bit of a little bit more security for search-in.
Okay. Anything else from members of council? I will speak in favor of the motion. Just to be difficult. The plaza has also been an item that young people have been asking for. There may be an opportunity where another entity would work with Search-In. Maybe that's where the water park should go. Many communities have that tied in. I would hope that the plaza remains something within this land going forward. Perhaps it could be at the front of the lot. You could have a Christmas tree. The whole parade could exit there, and it could be an outdoor gathering place. Young people could perform there outside. And often that is what a lot of younger people want, is unstructured access to land that is not inside a building. So this, in terms of making this intergenerational, that is an opportunity that exists. And then dedicated place for Search-In at the back. I hear what everyone was saying, but this is my final time to speak on this in the term that in the month's having, so I'm throwing my support on it. Yes, another council could come back and say, I don't know what this is, and now what do we need to do? I have been a part of councils that have gone completely opposite directions to motions that previous councils have put in place and have been part or seen different things undone and redone and whatever. So that would be up to them. We can't, our strategic plan remains in until another plan is approved, but this at least would provide them something should they choose to do anything with it. So I'll leave it at that and call the question. All those in favor of it? You're in favor is Councillor Bateman, myself, and Beddoes. Opposed is Councillor St. Pierre, Pearson. Oh, you're in favor, and okay, McMath is
I'm in favor.
So this passes on a 5-2. Okay. Thank you. So that's great. We're moving on. Okay. Thank you, everyone. We are at 8:53. Would council like to recess at this point or continue on again? There's a call for a health break, so we will recess it's 8:54, so I will see you at 9:04. 10 minutes. Thank you. Okay, everyone, if I could please ask you to take your seats. Okay, we are at 9:04. So I would like to call us all back to bring your attention back into the meeting, please. Thank you, everyone. So we are on 10.6, which is reconsideration of the Throup Road motions. So as mayor, I have the unique privilege of bringing items back for reconsideration. I've learned that there are different ways that I could do this. So when we adopt meeting minutes, I could just bring whatever back right when we're adopting the minutes to be discussed. In this case, I provided notice so that everyone was aware that I was doing it because I didn't want to do the element of surprise as we're adopting the minutes. We're now going to reconsider all these things from the previous meeting. So I'm just trying to be as clear as I can be. Where this works procedurally is it goes back to where the motions have been moved and seconded and a vote would need to be called. So what this does is it reopens the ability for anyone to comment again on the particular motions because they're already on the floor. And then I'll just call for another vote on that. So that is procedurally how we're going to work through this. So if we go back to where we're at, and that's why in bringing this forward, we cannot bring any new information in. It's just all the information that was provided to that last meeting and up to what we heard in that particular meeting. And then the discussion is from there. So in the first case, the item that is now on the floor again is that council received the Throup Road Phillips Road Connection Project report from information, and that was moved and seconded. And so I'm going to open up the dialogue by speaking to it, in that I feel council has adequate information to this point to make a decision. And by that, I made a decision on the particular road cross section. So I feel that, which is sort of goes into the second one. And then of course the plebiscite. There has been some incorrect information circulating, and so I wanted the opportunity to address that. So I heard that there was a comment made that we did not receive grant money because the mayor doesn't get along with either the province or the federal government. That is not true. I am on speaking terms, texting terms, and I hug both of them. We get along very well. We have applied for a grant provincially. We were successful for a provincial grant. In terms of the larger grants, we're all waiting, $7 million grant. But we are against every other local government in BC that has also applied to that particular fund. Probably in the next while, you will start to hear news releases on who else was successful and who was not. Some of my elected peers have already shared this information with me, so I'm aware of some other disappointment throughout the region on who was and who was not successful. It is nothing, these are merit-based grant applications. Doesn't matter how well we get along with our other elected representatives or whether or not we're aligned with them, because they are strictly merit-based. And I think that's a good way for infrastructure dollars to be handled. It shouldn't be whether or not people get along across party lines. It's strictly merit-based. I do not feel we should be advancing. We're beyond the date to borrow for this. But in terms of a cross-section, most of the people around this table are aware of the transportation master plan that has been guiding our work. We are aware that this has also been approved by the provincial ministries at large, that this is the road the road type of design that we are working with. They have all been engineered and are used, so they are in fact grounded in good engineering design. There was a comment that a former MLA provided the district with money to advance this connector, and we have not spent it appropriately. That is not true. We are one of many local governments throughout BC that receive the Strong Communities Fund and a specific share based on our population and other factors. It's all within the provincial guidelines. We report on this throughout our annual report, and the annual report indicates exactly where those funds have been spent, and they are all in accordance with the grant and the funders' requirements. And in fact, you all know that because the auditor also, when they were here, stated that their focus was on the grant money and allocation of it so that we were using it appropriately, and that was stated. So anytime if we had questions that we were not using the grant money appropriately, council had both an in and out of camera, or in camera and in open meeting opportunity to actually ask the auditor that straight up. And nobody did, because we received a clean audit and everything was fine. We did use a portion of that fund specifically for the connector. In this case, it would be the connector portion at Church Road and Throup Road and completion of the roundabout. So that is an example of, yes, we did use the funds specifically towards the connector on that element, which I think is an important one because that particular intersection was an ultimate fail. You could see that with the old bollards that were being knocked over by vehicles on a regular basis. And now we have a smooth running traffic circle there. I stressed a bit over the concept of a T intersection. ICBC data was also pointed to. And when I looked up ICBC data for the past several years, the roundabout in the middle of Sooke has less than both T intersections on Wadham's Way. Both of those ends have more than the town center roundabout itself. And I didn't see anything for the Church and Throup roundabout, but I've seen several, and you can go and see the circles where there are several problems there. So I felt that I could go around and spend way too much of my time trying to combat this online. The more appropriate place for me to be is here in Chambers addressing this. There's an opportunity to correct that, which I have chosen to do. And so that's why this opportunity here to discuss it further is here. Will it change anything? I don't know, but I just wanted to open up with that. And then I'll look for any members of council who may want to speak on the first motion, and then we'll go through the series of votes and hopefully call it a day. Yes.
We have an indication of how the vote went. We have the motions here, but there was a vote cast. And I believe some of these were not passed. And
Yes.
I think that information would be helpful to have it in front of me.
I can tell you that because it's in the meeting minutes.
Okay, yeah, I
Let
don't
me
have that
just,
right, so
let me just find it here.
there's three motions.
I'll also just note that Councillor McMath is here tonight, so it'd be great to hear her perspective as well. Item 10? Yeah, I'm scrolling too fast and I can't read it. Hold on. 10. 10 is reports. Okay, so receiving for information carried,
Okay.
usually does unanimously, so that's
Okay,
good.
yeah.
The second one was defeated
Okay.
with Councillor St. Pierre in favor, everyone else opposed. And the second one, or the third one on a potential non-binding plebiscite had myself and Councillor Bateman in favor and everyone else opposed. Councillor McMath was absent fully for that meeting. Okay, so thank you for that. And I'll go to Councillor Pearson. We're on the first part of information.
Okay, just a couple of questions and you know, your opening there. So you're privileged to bring it back. I guess my question is, because this was unanimously considered. So part of your requirement is to tell us what your objection is to that motion.
Well, right now I have no problem with information. I just wanted to open up the dialogue, so
no,
I'm not going to oppose receipt of information.
Yeah, no, and I understand that. I just, because, you know, I looked up on 131 to see what, you know, what your role is to bring it back. I'm kind of surprised that it came back, but anyways, I'm fully prepared to debate it as well. So so on the first one, you do not have any objection?
I am fine with receiving for information, but I also wanted to just correct some incorrect information and comments that were particularly having me named in them. That's why I'm providing this here in this forum, which I deem to be safe.
Okay, okay. So your objection is the information that we voted on was incorrect?
No,
Okay.
it's what came out afterwards in the communication. And that is why I'm correcting that. And I'm opening up this dialogue. I rarely, if ever, have brought anything back for reconsideration.
and
So
I
that's why I went through the process, and then it's just, here we are. When it's for info, it kind of opens up the full report.
Well, and, you know, point of order is, for me, is it says here, it says the mechanism for the mayor can require council to reconsider a previously voted on bylaw, resolution, or proceeding. The mayor must state their objections, and the municipal clerk must record these objections in the meeting's minute book. So I'm just kind of,
I'll ask our corporate officer.
yeah, and I read this right out of the local government.
Your worship, so the Local Government Act isn't the relevant legislation in this case. We're in section 131 of the Community Charter.
Sorry, I said, yeah, sorry, and that's where I am.
Yep.
130.
Which I can read in full if you'd like. That states that without limiting the authority of a council to reconsider a matter, the mayor may require the council to reconsider and vote again on a matter that was the subject of a vote. As restrictions on the authority under subsection 1, the mayor may only initiate a reconsideration under this section at the same council meeting as the vote took place or within 30 days following that meeting, and a matter may not be reconsidered under this section if it has had the approval of the electors or the assent of the electors and was subsequently adopted by the council, or there has already been a reconsideration under this section in relation to the matter. On a reconsideration under this section, the council must deal with the matter as soon as convenient, and on that reconsideration has the same authority as it had in its original consideration of the matter, subject to the same conditions that applied to the original consideration. If the original decision was the adoption of a bylaw or resolution, and that decision is rejected on reconsideration, the bylaw or resolution is of no effect and is deemed to be repealed. That is section 131 of the Community Charter.
Yep.
Okay. So I'm going to move on and just ask if anyone would like to speak further on this particular item, or I'll just call the question. Okay, Councillor Haldane.
Yes, so to give a little bit of clarity on it, I mean, some things are being said online or whatever, but not always misinformation. It was our sitting MP that stated she was not in the know of any grants applied for. If texting was an option, she did not receive one in this case. And that would have been an important communication tool that would have maybe helped in our process. That may be where some of that came from that end. There was another one that talked about, it's a Rabbi Parmar statement in the press that said we were disingenuous in saying that they weren't helping us with some of our road improvements and so on. So it gets out in the public based on headlines in the papers and stuff. It wasn't necessarily even coming from anything particular other than people were reading what they wanted to into the posts that were made it. And she was the one that sat up and mentioned it in the Sooke Mirror. So that's probably where some of that derived from.
Okay, well, I'll share that we did write to our MP after we sent a congratulatory letter. She has since confirmed that she is aware of those particular grants. There was one to deal with the servicing from Sun River into, there was like a wastewater or stormwater grant that she was not aware of. That's all been clarified. And in terms of the former MLA's remarks, a lot of that was around Charters Road and punching through a road, of which we were doing our due diligence, observing other conditions like archaeological findings and the salmon window. And then, yes, we are getting on with the next, but I think it was one thing at a time, and Charters took up a lot of, it was just a mess for commuters at that time, and we couldn't move any faster because of other requirements in observing and taking good stewardship of the land. So they can say whatever they want, but I do have a good rapport with both our current MLA, who is also very aware of the transportation master plan as he sat around this room and is doing what he can on his end, as well as our MP. Okay,
Well,
it's nothing to
article-
do with,
Well, the article from here says Sooke's poor internal road planning. Farmer specifically urged the district to immediately build the Throup Road connector rather than waiting. And that Tate's comments on Highway 14 were disingenuous, shifting the blame for Sooke's traffic congestions onto the district's poor planning.
Okay, well, that's fine, but I will say that Highway 14 has its own challenges, as you all know, and particularly with 3 elementary schools and little ones crossing that highway, it's dangerous. And we have had severe loss of life and head-on conditions and several challenges to that particular road. So I still feel the province needs to step up and do more on Highway 14. And we are advancing our internal road network, but we can only do one thing at a time with so many staff and so access to so much money. If we had endless supplies and billions of dollars, I suppose a lot of other things would have happened by now.
Yeah, so more texting maybe next time.
Well, I no longer I text with our current MLA. I don't know what more to say, and I'm not going to say any more about it, but I would say that everything is fine as it is, and I'll call the question. All those in favor on receiving for information? And that's unanimous. Thank you. Okay, on the second one, I will share that I was in opposition of that particular vote, but I have now been thinking about it, and I am in favor of a 25-meter cross-section, and this is why. Firstly, the largest landowner is Sea Park. With not only the arena and the facility located on both Phillips and on Throup, but also with the golf course and the skate park, which is operated by, I mean, that is SD 62 land, but Sea Park operates the crosswalk. I am not comfortable with a T intersection and putting a stop sign on Phillips Road that Sun River traffic would now have to stop at while highway traffic offloads and can easily turn left. I think a T intersection is incredibly dangerous. Third point, this is used heavily by school children of all ages, going to and from either after school at middle school, going over to the Sooke River store, EMCS students. It is busy all the time. There's a heavily used corridor. There's also folks that bike through there to get into Sooke. It's heavily used. The bike park is down below. We're encouraging active transportation to get to Sea Park, and that is what we're seeing. The 25 section crossroad will also leave space in case there's a breakdown, an accident, or anything that happens in that particular area, as well as the need for land potentially in the future if we wish to add more services. So let's say, for example, a wastewater line or a water line needs to run through that connection. It allows for the servicing to occur in the future, should it happen. I'm still unconvinced that this will do anything to commuting traffic. I don't think that a Sun River resident like myself would use it to get into town. And here's what. You would come down Phillips Road, turn on the highway, and the posted speed is 50 or 60 until you hit a slowdown or whatever. Would I turn and go, say, 30 kilometers? Because that whole road from, say, it's 30, it would have to be 30 given the uses of a ball field, a golf course, a skate park, a rec center, and then you have some high density development until you hit the roundabout, and then you would turn left and then enter into slow down onto Church Road, and then maybe eventually turn right. Church Road at the highway is really busy all the time. So you would probably just stay on Phillips and take the highway up into town. It's really not a big deal to get up Sooke when you want to. But I feel that shortcutting it here it is a real problem. And the big one I think about is Sea Park. That area is not paved, as anyone who goes to the facility knows. It's a gravel lot that has some logs in place. And that's really all that's been done, because I've sat on the commission for 12 years now. And there's always been talk about potentially the connector coming through. So C Park only gets its revenue through user fees and facility booking. So all of the funds generated go back into the facility. Paving something only to be torn up later doesn't make any sense. The egress to C Park will be heavily impacted. Right now, it's an exit only. And the parking lot has been aligned to allow it to be a one-way out only. You cannot turn in from there. Should the road go through at any length or any width, parking will be heavily compromised. So C Park needs to know, because they do get complaints about the lack of parking. Sometimes, and not in the summer so much right now, it's not as busy. But again, go there on a Tuesday at 6 o'clock and try to find parking. When the fitness center and the ice is in, it's full. Or even when the U7 grouping plays, there's 4 teams in a game on one sheet of ice and they're all driving. Use your microphone.
Which one of these are you debating? I mean,
I'm on the second one now.
well,
We've
this
put
is
the question on the first
I
one,
know,
and I'm
but we're
explaining why.
well, just a sec. Can I say what I need to say?
What's your point? Sure.
Well, my point is, we're talking about acquisition of the 25 meters. We're not talking about the T form or the roundabout or C Park and their parking. We're talking about that segment and purchasing the land now. So I understand what you're talking about, but this isn't what the motion says.
I am explaining why I opposed that previously. And we were directed, staff need to know what cross section of road we want to go with. In the end, they have been left with no direction on anything. And in the media reports, no direction, no design, nothing.
And that's what it says. So.
We have ample information, and I voted in opposition of that. I am now saying I am in favor of just having the 25-meter road width there, and I'm explaining why the 25-meter is important, and the main impact on all of this is C Park. And the access and what it's doing. They will lose parking that they will not be able to find. And if you have a narrow road width, there will be no parking on it. You need something wider so people have a place to park because the facility is full. So on this one, it will just sit. We're heading into summer. Nothing's going to happen. There are conversations all the time between our staff and the C Park staff about what's happening. The next council can pick it up, and if they don't like the 25 meters, they can make a decision then. But everyone around this table is well aware of the transportation master plan and what we've been designing and what we are doing. So I would just say I'm voting in favor of this time, and that was my rationale why. Whether or not anything happens with this, I don't know. We'll deal with the non-binding part. I still don't think it's going to address commuter traffic as much as some say it will, because today, for example, on my commute home, the slowdown was between the roundabout and Otter Point Road. That was what was said on the highway. Nowhere else in Sooke. It was smooth sailing the whole way until you hit the town center roundabout and carry on westward. I'll leave it at that. Other speakers? St. Pierre, then Bateman, hold on, St. Pierre, Bateman, Pearson, Haldane. I'll throw you in there and everyone else. Okay, go ahead, St. Pierre.
Okay, so I recommend that we move forward with allowing staff to start negotiations on the 25-meter cross-section. I understand those negotiations will be whenever they happen, and they won't happen very quickly. Having said that, the 25 meters can always be scaled back, but it's much more challenging and costly to add it on after the fact. We decide that's what we want and if what future council wants. So allowing staff to move forward also means that in terms of a plebiscite or costing out the project in the future, we can actually have some real figures. One of the concerns discussed when we discussed this the first time was that we didn't have any hard data, no hard figures. We need to allow staff to actually go out and negotiate and get us those numbers, because if we don't do that, we still don't have those numbers. Those are the main reasons. I would suggest that the roundabout is definitely the way to go. The public, if it's in favor of this project, it will want this because it actually moves traffic more quickly. And a T intersection will not do that. So I think it's definitely a case of go big or stay home. We don't want to spend 27 million instead of 33 or whatever the hell it is and not actually achieve it. we should actually be able to achieve what the public is asking if we're asking that much money. I'd like to be sure that we do that. The 25 meters more or less ensures that according to our engineers. Again, up to future council and whoever to figure that out. But at this point, I think we need to allow staff to move forward in whatever ways they can. It costs us nothing to let them do their job.
Great. Thank you, Councillor Bateman.
Yeah, so I did make this motion and I voted against it on the grounds that we were discussing, I think it was a $700,000 roughly land acquisition cost, and how this would commit the district to a $700,000 cost in the immediate future. In fact, as our minutes state, and I missed this in the heat of the moment last week, authorization for land acquisition would permit land negotiations only and would not commit the district to land purchases or construction. So as Councillor St. Pierre just said, yes, staff are eager to get on with this work. They have recommended it in the past. I keep hearing, let's get it done. Well, this is a key part of getting it done. I think initial discussions have been ongoing, as the minutes also state. And as the mayor stated, staff noted previous discussions with the CRD. And there has been discussions with the private landowners as well. So I think that should continue. So if this, yeah, I will vote in favor of this time. Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Pearson.
Well, it feels like we're at a Victoria Council meeting. I'm confused because the debate centered around the CRD not wanting to negotiate until after the election. There was no negotiation. So we're going to do a negotiation with landowners, and then we're going to have to do it again after the election.
The board doesn't meet.
I know, but they made it clear to us that there was no, they were not going to discuss land. That was what the information that we got. If that was wrong, well, then I guess I got wrong information. So this motion is talking about doing something between now and the election. And some parts of it we can't do until after the election. None of us may be here. I'm confused because I don't think anything's changed, you know, except maybe a couple of opinions. But we debated this fully. We came up, and I'm not trying to go back on, you know, the mayor has full privilege and she stated her objections, which was what we're supposed to do. But again, we're in this kind of no man's land. 700K, where's that coming from? Because I have these questions written. Where's the $700,000 coming from? Where's the budget for that 700,000? When is this negotiation starting? When is it expected to be finished? And is it being all handed over to the next council? The mayor's statement at that meeting said, we're out of term and out of time, and I wish the next council good luck. That's kind of exactly what was said. I think that the 25 meters is admirable. I think we can do it on a 20-meter road right of way. I asked our engineers safely, all of those questions. But again, this is only about directing staff to negotiate with private property owners for acquisition of various land parcels. I think it's again, the cart is ahead of the horse.
Okay. Councillor Helding.
Okay, well, after all that, and bear with me on this. So after the mayor's statements on not using the connector route, I can now understand why we have not made any real effort to have Sea Park property dedicated. And I understand why 25 meters is your choice, as it will never be built because we'll never afford $50 million build out. Lastly, we have spent $834,000 on engineering and design on a road that is not going to deal with traffic issues, in the mayor's words. It would have been nice to know this when doing our transportation master plan and OCP with these designs in it, And this is something that was voted for in the affirmative by the mayor both times. So how am I to ask now the public to vote on a muddled issue like this when if there's an obvious understanding here now that we don't even want this road built really? And I've got a map here that I got from my surveyor. Then he was involved with a company called Lenarico back in the day in 1999. Highways and them got them to put through, and they've got here, and I sent a copy of it to our staff today, the road dedication that goes right through there. And it was expected this road to be built in 1999. So I'm pretty sure it's still, as Ravi Parmer would say, get it built. It's still an expectation to do it now. So somebody's decided that this is a traffic issue and will fix or help our muddled traffic situation. So why would we spend all this money on something that we didn't want to do then? Why didn't we bring it up a few years ago and just say, listen, this isn't really in my appetite or our appetite, so let's not spend $834,000 engineering and designing something that we really don't want to do. And I'd rather drive out to Sooke Road anyway and drive up in that traffic jam. So I'm having a tough time with why it was brought back as well. And I'm having a tougher time now that understanding it after hearing Mayor speak.
It's not about me. It's if people want to use this, then that's great. You had said indicated, and I don't want to go back and forth, that this is what Sun River residents need to get into Sooke. So I disagree with that because I live there, but I'm just one of many people that live there. In terms of this, what staff need is to know what design between 20 and 25. A different design was brought forward that a counselor used a measuring tape. Well, I can go and measure roads and say, hey, let's do this one. And this is what I measured. But that's not a good approach to road design because I'm not an engineer and our staff are. And they have put forward recommendations on a cross section. When a new council forms, they're going to form their priorities. They may or may not advance this, but at least we can bookend this and say, okay, this is the design where it is. The next part goes on to whether or not we want to have a plebiscite on that. That's a different conversation. But in this case, we broke it down into particular segments and the recommendation was, okay, let's just do this one particular segment, which would be from the roundabout at Phillips across. And then I admit, I squirreled a bit when I hear of like T intersections and stop signs on Phillips Road, and that's somehow going to, it just seemed a bit messy. We don't know what's in the ground there, and that may stop the whole project. And of course, access to funding is going to stop. But this is a transportation plan that has been approved by the ministry on how we approach road designs throughout our community. They have seen it. They've approved it. And so in the case that something shifts and changes with different funding, our staff at least say, council is resolved to deal that this is the road width we want to pursue. And over time that might change depending on how the conversations go. So at least I think there's enough information for us to pick a design, 20 or 25. I'm in favor of the 25. And whether or not, as everyone knows, things take time. There's other matters in the queue that staff are focusing on. They have an approved budget that they want to go with, but largely things are going to go on hold now. And then the next council will pick it up and pick up their priorities and go from there. But in the meantime, if anyone asks them what is happening, they can say at least this is resolved. Council's done their work. They've actually made a decision. End of story. Okay, next speakers. And Councillor, I'll just clarify, MLA Dana Lajeunesse is our MLA and the one that governs this area and who we connect with. Councillor Haldane has spoken. I'll go to Beddoes and then check in with McMath.
Okay, first of all, a clarification. I believe when we talked about this 25 meters, we were talking about the section from Throup to Phillips only. That's the only section.
Yep.
And I'm personally in favor of the 25 meters. I don't really have a problem with that. I'm not happy with the timing. Our time is running out here. And we're going to have a new council in, and hopefully I'm part of that. And then I will advocate for the 25 meters. I don't think 3 months is going to make a great deal of difference, and then we can come in. I've heard some arguments for 20 and 25. I'm in favor of the 25, but others may have an argument and win the day at 20. It is just basically about the clock running out. And I think for us to have a last stab at it, I don't think it much matters. I think that we need to have a new plan drawn up and a new plan just for that section only. And then we need to go seek some other funding sources to get it done. Because even at that small portion that we're talking about is going to be anywhere from 22 to 27 million dollars. And the one I was in favor of was the 25 million one. Even that is very rich for Sooke in itself. So I believe that the Throup Road extension is necessary, and I am a little concerned about the speed limits and things like that. But it's only going to get worse as this town builds out, and I see stuff going up all over the place. So I think we do have to get on with it. I just don't think that the time is right for us to do it. I think it has to be the next council, and then the people of this community have spoken, and that council can carry the ball and make it happen or not. But I think our time, we've had our kick at it, and what through us is the funding from the federal government, which is being postponed or whatever has happened to it. We don't really know. If that had come in, we would be with a question to the public. But that is the key. That money didn't come in. And I know in my heart that if we went and asked for $50 million from this community, it would not pass. And I doubt whether 25 million would pass. So we need to rework this under the new guidelines and our new council, and but come back at it hard, because I think it's still a very big priority for this community. But with the information that we have so far, I'm just not in the position that I think we should be talking to landowners and things like that. When we can, it may be 3-4 months down the road we would do that, but not now. It's just enough's enough. We have to let the new council figure that one out. So that's my 2 bits.
Councillor McMath?
I just have a couple questions. So from the June 22nd, I want to make sure I understand this correctly. So we have the options for the width selection and staff land negotiations. Those were the 2 pieces. And so what ultimately went forward was for staff to go ahead with negotiations, which sort of pushed it to the 25. And that's where we're looking for more clarity now. Is that correct?
Well, like nothing came out of that meeting. So the motion at the time, it failed. There was no other motion put forward. And so nothing happened. So in the end, staff don't have a, like, which design are we working on? We did not answer that question at all. So no other follow-up motion was put forward for anything. So then it was like, okay, fine, wish the new council well, and now they have to pick a road design.
Okay.
And then in terms of landowners, the land in total is 9,910 square meters. The CRD owns 7,737 square meters. 1,538 of that is privately held. But in the meantime, we have also not heard of the outcome of the funders. Our staff are following up with the funders, or if a different grant comes in, the same time they need to know what the design is.
Yeah.
That's why it's here, is just pick a design and it'll.
Just for clarity, you'd mentioned before, no new information. So is that holding now? We cannot request any new information?
Well, it's just if we wanted to add anything new, so Councillor Haldane referenced private information that he has. It doesn't really have any bearing because none of us have seen it. So I'm not holding that because I don't know what he's talking about. The information I'm looking at was in the report that was provided. When I referenced the land ownership piece was in the land, was what was in front of us at the last meeting.
Okay, I had a question from a member of the public, so maybe I'll state the question and then we can get guidance, so whether I can get an answer for it.
Yeah, if you want to ask your question.
Yeah, it was just that with the design as it is now, are any existing ball fields going to be basically become unusable or have to be relocated? And is that cost for the replacement or relocation included in this project estimate?
Sorry, what needs to be relocated? I missed that.
Just with the $50 million budget, within that, say if it's a 25 meters, does that impact the sports fields? And if it does, is the rehabilitation or relocation of those sports fields included in the budget?
My understanding is it's more the parking lot at the pool. Like the ball field down below is further back. It may impact the trails or some of the access to the lower, more the bike park. Oh, Art Morris, I'm thinking of Stan Jones. Pardon me, Councillor McMath. This particular section is just, the last report was just sort of from Phillips to, say, the golf course charters. So it doesn't quite go all the way over to the ball field. Like it's not that far over, so I don't have that answer because we broke it down into, I think it's CP5. So it's just one segment from, say, Phillips to Throup or Throup ends, the golf course.
Does staff have the answer for the other sections?
It's not quite what's in front of us, so I think they can address that later because we weren't dealing with that section, or I think, well, I'll go to our CAO. They probably know that.
Thank you, Worship to Councillor McMath. I believe what was shared before with Mr. Miller's predecessor, Mr. Carter, was, yeah, if we're specifically referring to the community association ball fields, I believe one of them was going to be impacted, not the adult field that's more appropriate for, I guess, adult baseball, softball, but it was the field that they said they use mostly for the youth. Baseball is what they said when staff met with them. And so there would be an impact, and they said it basically would potentially make it not usable for like adults to use it. It would be too small. However, they could use it for T-ball and things like that. So there would be an impact, and was the cost to move the ball field? No, that was not factored into the $50 million overall price tag.
Okay, thank you.
Anything else, Councillor McMath?
Not at this time.
Okay, Councillor St. Pierre.
I just want to remind everybody that staff is not out of term or out of time. They actually have a job to do, which is to, basically give next council the best information possible. What they're being asked for here is a decision, and we're not actually completely out of time, and we have all the information, and we've got the homework. Next council is going to have to come up to speed on this stuff. They're going to have so many documents, so much stuff to go through. They're going to be mightily confused by all this stuff. We actually know what we're voting on and what's going on, to at least some, to a larger extent that they're likely to. We're in the best position right now to decide on something like a cross section so that staff can actually move forward and actually provide next council with the best information in terms of costs or any other challenges, impediments, whatever it might be, but a good report, good information. This is what actually we're here for. We're not here to stop because this wouldn't have been brought forward by staff unless they needed this information and decision so they could move forward the work. They've got lots to do and we got lots to do. This wouldn't be here in front of us if it wasn't important. It's important. It will allow them to do important and good work that will help future council to make decisions to keep this community moving along. Whatever the decision is, we should make one because that's what we should do. And that's our gift to future council, right? So I hope that we do go with the 25 meter because I think it makes sense in terms of allowing for a roundabout, in terms of making sure that we have the middle lane, potentially if there are emergencies or if people need to turn off and don't want to block up traffic, because that's what we've been asked for, keep the traffic moving. And a roundabout will do that as well. So I hope everyone will consider voting in favor. Thank you.
Okay, anything else on the motion?
I have another question, please.
Go ahead, Councillor McMath.
In terms of just logistics wise, because we are halfway through July. I don't believe there's a scheduled meeting yet, at least for August, and then we're going into September, October. We are short on staff. So what exactly is going to realistically, what is staff going to be able to do if we push this motion through tonight?
So if this carries, I'll ask staff what happens next.
Through your worship to Councillor McMath, I'll start. I don't know if Mr. Miller wants to add anything. Basically, staff were working with the 25-meter cross-section initially. All the designs have been based on 25 meters. I believe at a previous council meeting, council introduced a motion that was supported to bring reports back on a 15.2 meter and a 20-meter cross-section. So we brought that forward, and then the result of that was then seeking clarity on, do we like 15.2? Is it 20? Is it 25? Right now, again, our designs that Councilor O'Dane has pointed out, we've already spent significant funds on, are based on a 25-meter cross-section. So I think staff were looking for clarity from council is if there is the will of the majority of council to change the cross-section from something other than 25 in order to allow staff to carry on with some work, you know, while election is happening over the next few months. We can go to redesign on a 20-meter cross-section and bring a new council forward options of what that could look like. The 25 meters, it will just reconfirm that we don't need to go and seek new funding potentially to redesign it. And also clarifies we don't need to change the messaging that we have already provided to the property owners impacted, that the width and the amount of land we're looking for. So, you know, nothing, I guess, immediately happens. We still carry on business as usual. At least we have clarity from council that it is still the 25 meters. They're not supportive of a 15.2 or a 20 meter. That direction wasn't provided to staff. So that's why it's kind of just paused. It has just paused any further work or any further conversations with property owners at this time.
So this is more just to solidify that you don't need additional funding, those pieces, but there will be no land negotiations till after the election.
Through your worship, I believe council already previously directed staff to negotiate with private property owners and with the owners about this land acquisition. And I believe as council and the public has heard, we have spoken with all of the owners, and CPark, CRD is as Mayor Tate stated, is the primary property owner. So that has been our main focus in the short term now, is getting direction from council and the community on that specific section, which is now renamed CP5. And it's just the clarity of, yes, are we looking at the 25-meter cross section?
Okay, and just to play devil's advocate, a whole new council comes in. They don't like 25. They change it back. Like, is there any benefit to holding out on us making this decision now?
So the whole thing is 25 is what has been approved. So if changing it back would be changing it back to 25, like right now, we're at a point where there has been no confirmation that is 25. New council comes in and they like 19 meters, then they would need to find money to design and come up with a different design to change it to 19. And maybe that's what they ultimately decide to do because of whatever.
Mm-hmm.
But 25 is what has been approved and what we've been working on to date. And so to our CEO's point, any change now would then require funding to come up with a different design that works. Our engineer spoke as to his reservation of anything below 20. But ultimately at the end of the meeting, we made no decision. So it's just sitting there. But I feel as a council, we have enough information to just solidify one road design or another. We've all been immersed in this master plan, had been working on it for several months in different sections. And this is now coming to be like one of a very difficult section to complete.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
If that helps. Okay. Thank you for your questions. Councillor Bateman.
Yeah, so I'll just reiterate some of the things I said the last time. The 25-meter cross section this is the right of way. This is a future proofing for this community. 30 years from now, we will have double the population, won't we? And at this point in time, yes, the next council might wish to move ahead with a 15.2 cross section, but we still need that 25 meter for future councils way down the road to say, okay, it's time to expand our road width. As it states here, the cost in 2026 dollars. This is from last month's report. So at the 15 meter cross section, to expand that back out to 25 meters is a cost in the order of $20 million. So yeah, so I will vote in favor of this on that very grounds that we are doing good work for those future residents, future generations of this community.
Okay, anything else? Councillor Haldane?
Just for clarity, we don't have a single 25-meter road anywhere in the district of Sooke now, other than some up Highway 14. So I see no reason why 25 meters we're going to set up on some little bohunk road out in the middle of nowhere through a ballpark is going to be our 25-meter standing ground here. We're going to make that happen. Why are we trying to build this crazy build out road out in the middle of Sooke, you know, and over by the schools and so on? Then the rest of the roads all hold sidewalks both sides, bike lanes both sides, all the stuff, all the bells and whistles on every road we've ever done. So this comes out of nowhere. It was something that was decided by somebody once upon a time, but it doesn't make any sense to me, and I won't be voting in favor of it. So.
Okay, I believe we've heard now with Wadhams being completed by the current developer to have sidewalks on one side, that road would actually be 25 along with Charters. Those are two. And really, if we're going to build a new road, we always hear build back better, leave a gift to the future generation, not a big cost of what they have to fix. As all we've been doing is fixing infrastructure that we've inherited that was done. It's just the reality of it is. If this is meant to offset highway traffic, then it needs to be safe, particularly when you're intermingling with high pedestrian use with young children. So anyway, call the question. All those in favor? Opposed is Pearson and Haldane. And McMath can't see you, so she knows how it is. She is
I'm in favor.
Favor. This passes on a 5-2. Thank you. The next one is the one on the non-binding plebiscites. That council directs staff to bring forward a report on a non-binding plebiscite regarding continuation of the Throup Road Phillips Connector project for community opinion to be expressed on October 17th, 2026. We still have time because it would not be a borrowing bylaw should council wish to advance this. It's been moved and seconded. Does anyone wish to speak further? Go ahead, Councillor Beddoes.
Yeah, I'm still opposed to this. Again, if I go to anything, whether non-binding or binding to the community, I would want to put a dollar value on it. And we don't know what the dollar value is going to be. We just have a rough estimate, and we're talking just about the section from Charters down to Phillips Road. So I'm not in favor of it. And for me, I believe that section was somewhere between 22 and $27 million. And I think the option for the 25 meter could be the 27 or even 25 million. And I just really think that's way too rich unless we've got some money coming in from another government. And I want to leave that to the next council. You could put a clear question out there. It'd just be, you know, what do you want us to do? Go through with this? Well, how much is it going to cost? How much are we going to get on grants? I'd rather have the grants in place and go to the public and say we need to borrow, say, $12 million or $14 million. But to come out there with a dollar value to it, I think we're doing a big disservice. And that's not. We have an election to run. We need to pick councillors and mayors, and these things are for the councillors that come in. So I'm okay with talking about the gathering place, but we start coming up. But you know, we're here to make decisions, And we're gonna go to the people for plebiscites on, what do you think, without clear questions. I don't think that's right. I think we need a council to make those decisions, and in a couple of months, we will have a new one, and that's for them to do. So I'm not in favor of this one bit.
Okay, thank you. Other comments from members of council? Councillor Pearson.
Well, again, asking a non-binding plebiscite question on such a major undertaking. And I'm in a complete different position than I think, than, even though the result will be the same than Councillor Beddoes. I think that we don't, I think that this is our road. This is internal road. We have to come up with a way to do it. And I think we can do it affordably. Now we're going to secure 25 meters of property. We're going to go ahead and do that. I think there's other ways to do it. I think we can partner with people, and I think that we can come up with a way more affordable build through there.
We're talking about the plebiscite.
Yeah, and I know, and that's, the plebiscite is going to ask a whole bunch of questions that we don't even have answers to. We've spent hundreds of thousands of dollars on a design where it just, again, asking another non-binding question. It's confusing. We're going to put a whole bunch of questions on the ballot. No, I'm not supporting this. We need to figure this out ourselves.
Okay, others? Councillor St. Pierre, then Bateman.
I'd just like a question to staff through your worship. We've seen a lot of numbers, and I think we've had quotes and estimates done on these pieces. Do we not have some reasonably decent figures on the road section that we're considering in a plebiscite? Because I'm hearing we have no information, but I think I've seen information. So could you please clarify for me?
Through your worship to Councillor St. Pierre, I believe it was included in the June 22nd report that give a range from, I can't remember the lower number, 20 million to 27.5 million, just specifically for the CP5 section, which isn't the Phillips side, isn't the roundabout, church roundabout to the ball field side.
Okay, and so just to further to that, my understanding was that those particular numbers were actually they weren't just a rough guess. They were actually, there's a fair amount of
Class D.
Sorry.
I believe they were, yeah, it's called a Class D. So
Okay, so what's the margin of error on that sort of thing?
I'll defer to Mr. Miller.
The Class D cost estimate was based on what we would have to do to expand if we went down to a short, smaller right of way. It was a Class C cost estimate that we put in for funding based off the 25. So those are a 30% contingency, and that is what the funder required to, and considers shovel ready if you go in with a Class C.
Okay,
So the $27.5 million is a Class C cost estimate that was provided to the funders.
okay, so if I understand correctly, if we retain the 25 meter cross section that essentially was used for the Class C estimate, we actually have a reasonably accurate estimate of the cost of that piece of road. Is that correct?
It is, yeah, I would call it a very accurate one. It's not a Class A, but that comes when you actually tender it. So
Okay.
this is specific enough that it gives the funders surety that we have done our homework and we're presenting a reasonable project.
Okay, so if I understand correctly, we do have good numbers on that piece of road. My next question is, why is it just this piece of road? Why would we be going to a plebiscite for just one chunk of the road as opposed to the whole thing? Forgive me for asking, but why? Does someone have an answer for me on that?
I can speak to that.
I would, I think it was, I would go to Councillor, maybe Bateman. Did we?
Pardon me?
Did you bring that motion forward or no?
No.
No, it was
Councillor
just,
Beddoes did.
oh, Councillor Beddoes did, okay.
For CP5.
Well, and the question was, why would we just ask part of it was we've spent significant time, money and resources on this connector. Is this something that the community wants us to continue doing? So part of the rationale for going to a plebiscite is to ask the electorate, is this something that you feel should be a continued priority of council?
Okay.
It's been out there since I've been elected, various elements, different grants have been applied for, some received, many not. And yet we continue on. But is this something that the community actually wants us to continue doing? That would be the intention of the plebiscite.
Okay, because I was curious because it's late at night and I do get fuzzy headed at this point in time, but we've been talking for a long time about a $50 million plebiscite and so on and so forth. That would be the whole build out. Now we're down to one section. I understand that it makes a lot of sense because it's actually the internal road connection that would actually basically connect Phillips to the rest of Sooke, which is actually what we need. The rest should honestly be the province's responsibility. I just may have missed the meeting or the minutes when we decided that the plebiscite would be only. That's all I'm curious about. Is that, did we decide that at some?
Well, this would be the case, if this had passed at the time, then staff would be working on a report and bringing that back. So I don't have that answer because it was defeated, so it just stopped. So that we don't know yet, so why have them do work? Like, that's why the motion is to direct staff to do a report to come back.
So we don't have enough information to make a decision, so we're not gonna get staff to get information. Okay, cool.
Right. Counselor Beddoes. Oh, sorry, Bateman, then Beddoes.
I just have a quick comment, and the reason I voted in favor of this, because I want to see the report. It's simply asking us for a report on a non-binding plebiscite question. And I think let's make our decision when we see that report. We can reject, modify, or approve accordingly, but we need to see the report.
Yeah, it's just information. We haven't decided at that to have a plebiscite or not. Counselor Beddoes?
Yeah, other than getting very frustrated re-debating things over and over again. We had a very robust discussion last time that the $50 million, because we didn't get the grant, and well, we don't have the grant in time to ask the question. So for right now, we don't have the grant. So, I mean, when we talked about it, and I'm pretty much sure we were all in agreement that if we went to the public with a $50 million ask without some grant funding, it would be dead in the water anyways. And none of us had the appetite for a $50 million project. It was just not feasible with the amount of money that we can borrow. And we debated it, and then we came down with the option of doing this CP5 or whatever it's called, which was the most crucial part of getting done. And it came in between 20 and $27 million. And so we sort of decided that we need more information on that. Now, what it goes back to, if we stay with the 25 meters, you know, that's fine by me. But now we're going back and looking at the whole bloody thing again. I mean, where the hell have we been? What, did I waste my time last time we debated this to this length? And then now we're looking at it again. We made these decisions. Well, I'm starting to get a little bit annoyed at this. I mean,
Just asking people to speak again, and then I'll recall the question on this, on whether or not you want staff to bring a report back on having a plebiscite.
you know, again, it's the clock's running out. This enough of this stuff. And the election is very much aware of what we want to accomplish, and this isn't doing us any good.
No, that's fine. Counselor Pearson?
Yeah, again, I agree with everything Councillor Beddoes just said. Plebiscite's not going to give us anything that we don't know already. You know, I've brought it up multiple times. We have a 4,000 plus signature petition already in our hand. People want the traffic improved. All kinds of debates gone back and forth, but we have information in our hand. People want traffic improved. I don't know if the Throup Road is going to be the silver bullet that does it all, but it's been in our plan since now 1999, according to Councillor Haldane, but it's been in our plan. So let's figure out a way to get it done. And I don't need, I mean, yeah, ask the public any nice questions you want, but again, we have all that information. So anyway, seems like we're going around in circles.
Yeah.
A Victoria Council meeting.
I take that back, and I think it's impolite to say that of Victoria.
No,
It really is. I will, Councillor Haldane, did you want to speak?
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Thank you. So 27 years, we've been going through this, our transportation master plans all of our OCPs have all had this road cross section in it and been supported by every council to date. So are we gonna have a plebiscite every time we want to decide to build any piece of road in Sooke or any section of road? I doubt it. So a plebiscite should be about the dollars spent, not on the road itself. Because the road's already been in the plans. We can't keep saying, oh, we're gonna keep going to the public. The public has all the ability to come to every transportation master plan that we vote in and every OCP we vote in, and they've never said anything about not wanting this piece of Phillips Road or Throup Road to connect. And it just comes down to that same old thing. I mean, we're gonna go to the public to ask them, and they don't have all the information that we have. So how are they gonna vote on something they don't understand? And we don't even know what the real costs are gonna be anyway. Who are we kidding here? And there's a pretty good chance we're not getting all the road dedication that we're gonna expect, want, or ask for. So I'll be voting against this.
Okay, go ahead.
I just have through you a question to staff, and if we do get this report back and we vote accordingly, will there be a couple of like solid plebiscite questions included in that report that we can debate and consider?
Through your worship to Councillor Bateman, yes, if council directs staff to bring back a report similar to the gathering place, the report will include some background information and options for potential motions for council to consider. As Mr. Lau has indicated, time is getting tight, but for a non-binding plebiscite question, there is still time if that's council's will.
And we'd get this back on July 27th, would we?
Possibly.
Because then we're into September, so maybe
Yes.
that's the,
So yes, it would have to come on July 27th. So we would move that to the top of the priority list.
Councillor St. Pierre?
Just to confirm, I think I'm confirming what Councillor Bateman was asking, and again, confirming what I think Mr. Miller was saying. We would likely to have questions with numbers, firm numbers attached in terms of the road section that we've been looking at, or a number of options. Is that correct?
Through your worship to Councillor St. Pierre, yes, that's correct. A report coming back could include, options for questions, options for financing. I don't believe financing has to be included in a non-binding plebiscite. However, if that's council's desire, staff will 100% ensure that that information would be included in a report that council can include, and then provide a bit more clarity on, CP5, CP4, CP6. To your point, the focus changed to CP5 more recently. It had been all three sections. That's just a more recent shift. So we can provide more clarity on that, should that be the direction of council.
Okay, because as that happens, I agree with Councillor Beddoes that we're not likely to get through without some grant money. But at the same time, I think that residents are expecting some movement on this and are expecting something to come forward, and they're expecting us to do some work. I tend to agree that may not make a huge difference, but it makes a huge difference if we actually find out what they're willing to do and what they're not willing to do, because then at worst, we have to go to the province and say, listen, we can't do this without help. So.
Councillor McMath?
I think this plebiscite question in particular is redundant, and I think we all know that it's one of, if not the biggest issue for residents here. And I had a question: if this gets moved to the top of the priority list for staff to get it through on the next agenda before summer, what falls off?
Good question. Over to our CAO.
Through your worship to Councillor McMath, I can't say for sure at this time. Obviously, it depends on council's direction. If anything, because we are getting to the end of term, there is multiple important reports for council to consider regarding the sewer costing and other things. So if anything, I think this will just be extra time and overtime for staff to complete this work. I don't know that there's too much that can drop off the priority list. It just will move to, 1A and 1B, because we also need council direction on the sewer utility billing model as well before the end of this term.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, I'll just make a comment that last time I had voted in favor of this, and this time I am voting in opposition to this. I I still think asking the residents is always good. There's a unique opportunity. However, we're going to have a busy ballot. We have just approved a plebiscite question, and I think one on the ballot is great, and that should be a good focal point. I'm aware of about 26 candidates already for mayor and council, 4 for mayor and 21 for councillor seats. Whether those all turn into actual candidates, I don't know. And I don't even know about the school trustees. So we're all potentially looking at a couple of pages for a ballot, potentially, and it may be less. I'm just saying. Great to see such enthusiasm in local government, so that's exciting. But adding another plebiscite question, it may need several pages of ballots, which could then get really confusing. We might have the record as the longest one. Not that we want that, but I think the voting machine can only take so many pages at a time. In terms of referring to a petition online by an AI generated whatever, that means nothing to me. Anyone around the world can sign a change.org petition. It doesn't validate Sooke residents. The last time there was a referendum on this connector, it failed in 2005. My memory is correct. Yet council has continued to work on something without electorate approval, actually, because they voted no. And then everything has changed since then. So now development has also changed and has sprung up in places that were not then designed for development. So that changes everything. But in this case, I would say we're out of term and out of time. I won't be in favor of adding another plebiscite. We have one that is, I think, well done, well put together, unanimous agreement around council to advance that. So that's exciting. And we'll just leave this be. I'm just glad that a design has been done, and then we can say we've actually concluded decisions on that. And that is that. So on this one, I will call the question. All those in favor? Councillor Bateman is in favor. Opposed? Councillor St. Pierre, Beddoes, Pearson, Haldane, and Councillor McMath is in favor?
No opposition.
Opposed. Okay, I couldn't see your box, so I just wanted to double check. Okay, so that is defeated and we're moving on. So into our new business section, of which we don't have any, in terms of notice of motion. Sorry? We do. Okay, so this is, oh, okay, this is the new business one. Okay, I wasn't completely sure. Oh, we'll let Councillor Bateman leave the room. We'll find you again afterwards. And here's the okay, Councillor Bateman has exited again. The motion here is that council supports in principle the securement of the 32-acre property at 7107 Deer Leap Road called Eagle Bluffs Forest for the purpose of protection as a publicly accessible nature park and for its ecotourism opportunities. Councillor St. Pierre is moving that, seconded by Councillor Pearson. Would you like to speak to it?
Briefly. There's a huge amount of support in the community. They've done a lot of work. And I think that when there are people in the community that are actually participating in democracy at a really fundamental level to actually provide public amenities and do this kind of heavy lifting, we should support that because it's actually work that we need done and they're willing to do it. I think we could be good partners for them, and it looks like they're actually looking at bringing a lot of people to the table and partnerships to make this happen. I look forward to seeing what can happen.
Councillor Pearson, then Beddoes.
No, it's an exciting proposal and it's being led by people in the community. They didn't come in asking for money or in any way, shape or form. So if this can be added to an amenity in our community, I think it's incumbent upon us to support things like that. So it's a good ask.
Councillor Beddoes.
Yeah, I concur. I think it's well done. I'm very impressed with the people that are putting themselves forward to make this happen. As long as we don't have to go to a plebiscite about it, I'll be happy. So yeah, no, it is a wonderful area down there, and if it goes, and it worries me because it's agricultural land, and if somebody wanted, they could cut every damn tree down tomorrow. So, yes, I'm glad this group is looking at it, and I think we offered them whatever support we can. I'll speak to the second part in a minute, but I just in favor of it.
Councillor Haldane, any comments? Okay, I'll speak in favor. I think exceptional work has been done. As many have said, this would be when opportunities like this emerge. We need to pursue them. I'm grateful to the community members that have organized to do this work on behalf of the community and those today and those to come. This is a very important piece of property, so I'm fully in favor of this. I will call the question. All those in favor? None opposed, so that's unanimous. The next part would be that a council member be selected to attend a roundtable to help design a pathway towards park creation. I will move that and seconded by Councillor St. Pierre. This is an ask of the group. I will put my name forward for this. The rest of you are all running in this election. I am not. I say that many times. I'm not, and I would be available to do this and to report back to all of you. Seconders, Councillor St. Pierre.
Nothing to add.
Councillor Beddoes.
Yeah, once again, I feel that that council should be appointed by the next council. I appreciate your offer to. I'm not so sure how often they're going to meet in the next little while. If you're willing to put yourself forward, I'm almost okay with it. But that's really a question for the next council and see who they have, and there might be somebody very well suited for that position. I'm not sure much is going to happen. We're in mid-July, August, we shut down. People are on holidays. So if the mayor wants to put herself forward, then I'll support it.
And I'll just say I'm in office until November 2nd. My exit doesn't happen until the next mayor takes their oath. And meanwhile, this group is continuing to advance and to move this work. It's not a council committee. It doesn't require council schedules. I'll be available and I'm not going anywhere. So unlike everyone else that gets a vacation, I'm not taking one for a while until probably over the election because I don't want to be here for that. So I've already connected and we'll remain there. I'll report out if there's anything and then gladly transfer all the information to the next mayor should they be interested in it. So on that note, I'll call the question. All in favor? And that's unanimous. Thank you. Can we have Councillor Bateman return to the room? We have the next one here is just in time for Councillor Bateman because it's his notice of motion that has come forward now. This was your notice of motion from the last meeting. So do you want me just to read it in?
Sure.
That the district enter into discussions with the Sooke Community Association regarding its January 17, 2026 request for new service agreements for Fred Milne Park and Art Morris Park with the proviso that rate increases for user groups at these facilities be kept to a reasonable minimum.
I'm gonna recuse from this.
Okay, Councillor Haldane is declaring a conflict and leaving the room. Seconder for this will be Councillor Pearson. Okay, go ahead, Councillor Bateman.
Okay, so I want to immediately amend this based on the new information received tonight. And that would be to, first of all, state it was January 19th, 2026 was the committee of the whole meeting at which the Community Association made its presentation. So let's change it to January 19th. And also eliminate the final after Art Morris Park full stop. Okay, that would be my initial amendment, and then I will speak to.
Okay. Once we just see the amendment.
Yeah, it's just January 19th you've got, and then we're ending the motion at Art Morris Park, full stop.
Okay, so the rest of it would be removed. Okay. Okay, that's been moved and seconded. You're proposing an amendment to remove that. Is there a seconder for the amendment? That's removed. Would you like to make any comment on why that's being removed now?
Well, just basically the fact that it's the Fred Milne Park Society that deals with the user groups at Fred Milne Park. I'm not sure who runs there at Morris Park. However, in this context, yeah, I think this is a good starting point for
Okay.
motivation.
We'll just go to staff.
Sorry, apologies. I just wanted to clarify because I thought I heard earlier it's not the Sooke Community Association. I thought it's the Fred Milne Park Society that runs the fields and
Yeah.
the funding and the lighting and so I just wanted to clarify, do you want to add Community Association and the Fred Milne Park Society to this motion? Because they're two separate, it sounds like it's two separate bodies. And potentially, sorry, I'm not trying to confuse the issue. I just.
No, making a very good point. So into discussions with the Sooke Community Association and the Fred Milne Park Society.
We don't have agreement.
We don't have a service agreement with the.
No, you're right.
The Fred Milne Society. I think it's the case where the landowner is the Sooke Community Association, and the original ask for lighting, I believe, came from the Sooke Community Association. So perhaps that would just be a good place to start.
Without the Fred Milne Park Society.
I don't think that's necessary at this point.
Well, why don't, yeah.
So let's
remove that Fred Milne Park Society for now.
Yeah, that amendment has not been moved or seconded, so that can come out. But on the rest of this, it's just, I'll call for did you want to add anything about the amendment to remove that language, Councillor Pearson?
I have some more information, but I will wait till.
Microphone.
I do have some more information that I'll share with everybody when we get to it. However, I think that the district should enter into discussions with the Sooke Community Association regarding its January 19th, 2026 request for new service agreements, and then end it right there. Yeah, that's good.
So like take out Fred Milne Park and
take
all that out. Okay, so that's, would you deem that to be a friendly amendment? Okay, so we'll strike all that out. Okay, so I'm gonna call the question on the amendment just so we can clear it. All those in favor of the amendment?
Right, could you read it again? I can't see it on my screen.
Sorry, Councillor McMath, you can't see it?
That's correct. So could you just read the latest amendment, like the full motion?
That the district enter into discussions with the Sooke Community Association regarding its January 19th, 2026 request for new service agreements. Full stop.
Thank you. And staff just shared that screen. That's helpful. Thank you.
Okay, so we're clear. So I'm going to call the question on the amendment. All those in favor of the amendments? And that's unanimous. Okay, cool. Okay, so now we're back just on this matter here. I'll turn to Councillor Bateman.
Okay, so this motion arose in the moment following the Sooke Soccer Association presentation to us and their requests for district funding and or that the district move ahead and build its own Sooke and Sea Park owned and operated facility. So the key to me was that I came back to this presentation by the Sooke Community Association back at that committee, the whole meeting. It was a particularly good one, I felt. I do have I took screenshots of each slide, and I can state here that the Community Association was seeking at that meeting new service agreements for Fred Milne Park and Art Morris Park at $35,000 each. And that aligns with the $35,000 that goes to the Community Association, to the Community Hall currently. Ms. Berger and Dave Pertola came to the meeting and spoke to us and made some really telling points that Sea Park does own and operate every major facility in Sooke except Sea Park. And that other municipalities, of course, through their taxpayers and their budgets, are funding field stadiums, arenas, courts. Machosen pays, according to the presentation, $1.5 to $2 million a year to maintain its community hall and fields. View Royal pays $2 to $3 million annually for municipal sports fields and amenities. And that these new agreements would, I'm sorry I didn't share this ahead of time. I did. Yeah, we didn't receive a follow-up copy of this, but we are proposing a partnership agreement aligned with the district's 5-year financial plan at $105,000 per year. That's for the 3 uses. This provides predictability and accountability for both the district and the community association. The funding is structured to support base operations, facility maintenance, safety, and capital readiness, ensuring our facilities remain safe, accessible, and grant ready. Anyway, this is the sort of material that in a future sit-down between the district, the community association, can discuss and evolve this situation. Interestingly, the difference for the Sooke Soccer Club from its $12,000 a year, I believe the number was, previous field rental up to the 52 is approximately $35,000. So I was thinking, if these service agreements went ahead, therefore ipso facto, the Sooke Soccer Club could get a more realistic for them rate. Now, knowing that Fred Milne Park Society, as was explained to us at the meeting by this association representative, so it begins a conversation that is long overdue in this community. There is a need for the community association and the district to collaborate on delivering recreational services to the community. And that I believe that this would begin the process of this conversation, and it might provide some relief for Sooke Soccer as we move ahead. I don't know how that would look, but at least this would begin the conversation. So that's my motivation.
Okay, thank you. The seconder was Councillor Pearson. Go ahead.
Yep. And good, because I think this discussion is long overdue and these negotiations. So this came out of obviously the presentation by Sooke Soccer. After that meeting, the acting president who made the presentation to us, he's in vacation. He is currently on vacation and he's in Portugal. And I had a Zoom call with him on July 3rd, in which he agreed that a sit-down meeting between Sooke Soccer, Sooke Community Association, and the Fred Milne. I was going to call it John Phillips. The Fred Milne Park Society president. I had a conversation with him today at 5 o'clock. I talked to Pete McKay on July 3rd, and then I talked to one of the representatives of from Sooke Community Association, and they've all agreed after July 24th to sit down and have a discussion upon Mr. McKay's return. A lot of misinformation, a lot of things have gone online, and I want to say clearly, it's been unfair to the Sooke Community Association. They fund Fred Milne Park Society. They hand out the money towards soccer and youth sports. So again, I'm all for this motion, but it should be known that they've all agreed to sit down and have a discussion around funding. What are the requirements? And then I think that information should flow back to us, and then we can more wholesomely decide, the support. It is long overdue to support Sooke Community Association. But again, I wanted to make sure that the point is out there is that we do not want to ever harm this organization that has been giving us tremendous support for 90 years. Is it 90 years? No. So, and we've enjoyed an amazing organization. So it's sometimes three parties are not all talking to each other at the same time, then the information flows out. And I'm extremely happy to hear that they're all going to sit down and discuss it, hash out their issues. And so, anyway. And I thank you, Councillor Bateman, for bringing this motion forward, because it's long overdue.
Okay, other comments? No, thank you both for just the outreach that you've done. A new service agreement, though, would be in order. It just may not be in time for registration of soccer this September, because that's when registration is on now. For as soon as September, and that's when the season begins. So I'm not 100% sure of what can be done sooner to address the increase in registration fees.
Your worship, I believe they said, the soccer people said they were okay for this coming.
I can't hear you.
Okay, the microphone wasn't on. What we just heard was that for this season, it's fine. It's more next season. So there is time.
They're okay for this, this allotment. So they were looking for the future as opposed, they have the money now. They're okay. So.
I see. Okay.
I think,
So,
yeah.
The urgency's not there.
It's not for this particular registration season.
I think right now is our turn to step back, let that other discussion take place. And there may be other asks from different organizations, but let that flow first. Would be my kind of recommendation.
Yeah, no, I think that would be great. And then I think and that's where I think, there needs to be what the district needs to do. Like at one point we provided the 700,000 or 800,000. I can't remember the dollar amounts. No, it was higher than that. We started with 400,000 towards the all-weather field, but then it advanced. It was around 700 or so because we couldn't use the lands that were held in reserve for the Sun River. It's tied specifically to that parcel of land. But it would like the former community works or gas tax funding of the time went for the all-weather field replacement. But I think in this case, it's just what contribution could the district do to help with the lights in the field, because at some point the field will need to be replaced again. Like things just have a life, and what does that all look like going forward? And the lights as well. If there's no lights, there's no soccer, there's no nothing. Like you can't play without them. So that is an important element as well. And there's an opportunity. So I'm just glad, for this season, we're fine. And then this will fall into play. And then it's timely to look at new agreements anyway. Okay, good. Right. Call the question. All in favor? And that's unanimous. Thank you. We'll have Councillor Bateman return to the room. Sorry, you are in the room. Sorry, Councillor Haldane to be returned to the room, not Councillor Bateman. It is coming on at 10:30. There is a one letter.
Chair, if I may.
Yes?
I apologize. I don't believe when we got to item 12 notices of motion that any councillors were given the opportunity to say if they had any new notices of motion. We went straight to item 13 motion.
Oh, I jumped right at it. Does anyone have a notice of motion that they wish to read into the record? Oh, I have about 7. I'm just kidding. No, I don't have any. I'm not doing that. No, another plebiscite. No, I don't have any. So we'll move into the 14.1, which is a letter that was pulled, funding gap for the MIST program. So the motion would be to receive, moved by Councillor Beddoes, who pulled it, seconded by Councillor Bateman. Go ahead, Councillor Beddoes, in the microphone.
Yeah, this was correspondence that came in, but it's on behalf of the mayor. I attended a number of sessions quite a while ago now, and had the mobile youth service team and explain what they do, and team a counselor, social worker, and a police officer go intervene with some of these young people at the beginning of some problems, and is able to they do very good work. And what's happened is the federal government has pulled funding from this program. And so they have a shortfall, and they're asking each of the municipalities that still are involved in this. And another wrinkle was that 2 have pulled out, Central, Saanich, and Langford. So we have Victoria, Saanich, Oak Bay, Plymouth, Sooke, North Saanich, Metchosin, and Highlands. And they want to come up with $150,000 to pay this worker that is necessary for this team that the federal government was picking up and is no longer. So I just wanted to bring it to council for discussion because it does affect our community and our youth in trouble. And what they're asking for us is of this $150,000, we pick up 5.3%. Victoria picks up 43%, Saanich 35%, Oak Bay, which are similar size as us, 6.7%, Esquimalt is 6%, Machosin 1%, and Highlands 1%. So that's what they're asking for us, and I just want to bring it to council to see if there's any appetite to coughing up $7,500 for a year to support this program.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Beddoes. There was a notice of motion that received same-day consideration at the Capital Regional District Board meeting. And that was for a staff report to come back about looking at whether or not what that could be, whether or not the Capital Regional District could fund this. Because everyone there is represented. And so I don't have that report, but there was a same-day motion that was read in at the start of July. So that report now, though, won't come back till September. So I don't know what that means in the meantime.
I don't know either, other than
No.
I'd be happy to hear back from the report, because I guess if the CRD takes it on, we will have an assessment with that too. But I suspect it'll be a lot lower than what we're asking now. So I would be willing to postpone this. I don't know how the procedures work. I guess we have to have staff. If we could bring that back in September.
Yeah, so maybe a motion to
Table the only one meeting, isn't it?
postpone to the next meeting when the CRD report is available. Okay, I think that may be the best
Sure.
way, and then we can determine what that outcome is.
I'm happy with that. It's just that again, more information is better. And I'm glad the CRD is taking that up because it's.
Well, we don't know yet. It's just a staff report.
Yeah.
But it did receive same-day
Let's see,
consideration.
it's getting some consideration.
Yep.
And that's what I'm interested in.
Yep. Okay, so a motion to postpone has been put forward. Is there a seconder for that by Councillor St. Pierre? Any comments? That will now preside over any other discussion.
I have
So
a
all those in favor of postponement?
I have a question.
Thank you.
Following the report.
The next CRD report, the board is meeting a bit.
Sorry, that council defer this item to a future meeting, but it was meant to be a meeting following the receipt of the report of the CRD, right?
Yes. Well, I think it's more once we know the outcome of the CRD board meeting.
Okay.
I
Yeah,
have a question. I don't know if there was a lag.
Your worship, the motion I heard was that the item be postponed to the first Sooke council meeting after the CRD report is received.
Okay,
CRD
perfect.
meetings.
yeah,
Sorry.
which will happen on September 9th. Sorry, go ahead, Councillor McMath.
In that CRD report, for their request for information, are the questions being asked about how missed triages, who and where they attend? And does it also include how many calls for service they've made to Sooke?
I don't know. All that was considered at the board was there was a debate on whether or not to give it same day consideration, and the motion was to direct staff to report back. That's as far as it got.
What I would like is if we could send a letter to MIST asking for those pieces. Because it is a wonderful program. However, sometimes when we contribute to these groups that cover larger service areas, Sooke doesn't typically always get as much attention. So they'll focus on like downtown Victoria and those pieces. So it would just be nice if we could have the data to justify the rate that we're looking at right now.
Okay, I'll turn to Councillor Beddoes.
Yeah, just for background information, when I was attending those meetings with the district, the mayors, that are all in this, MIST program and the chiefs of police and all of them, they had all those stats. And, I don't have them in front of me. I have them in my notes, but, Sooke was very well represented, for the number of calls, and it lined up with what we were, our percentage of the bills. So, but that information is available.
Yeah, would you mind sending it to council?
Well, it's not current. The one I have is, we would have to ask again, but what I'm saying is they track those numbers. They have those numbers.
Oh, perfect. So it's an easy ask.
My numbers I have are out of date, but what I say, I asked exactly the same question you did, because again, I am aware that sometimes Sooke gets left out of things, and the amount of calls they were doing here was the correct percentage for what we were paying. So, but we can request that. I would probably in September, I would ask for that.
Okay, I'll turn to Councillor Bateman.
Yeah, so I'll just note that the Victoria Family Court, that's been this advocacy for MIST has been what we've been doing for the last 6 years. And we had a presentation just 2 weeks ago where MIST spoke to our representatives of federal MPs, Stephanie McLean and Will Greaves, their staff attended. And we did discuss this municipal finance strategy. Councillor McMath is absolutely right. We need stats, and stats package is, I believe, going to be created. So that information ideally will be available through the CRD initially, and we'll be seeing that in the report that comes back.
Okay, I think more to come September when we actually see
Yeah.
that report. Okay, and I realize there's no motion on the floor, so I'm just gonna move on. There is no items removed from consent. Council verbal reports. I think everyone is getting a bit late. So that moves to us to adjourn to the closed meeting. That council closed the July 13, 2026 meeting to the public pursuant to the following subsection of the community charter, the time being 10:45 PM. 91A, personal information about an identifiable individual who holds or is being considered for a position as an officer, employee or agent of the municipality or other position appointed by the municipality. E, the acquisition, disposition, or expropriation of land or improvements that the council considers that disclosure could reasonably be expected to harm the interests of the municipality. And I'll just share, once we open and close, I'm going to ask staff if we need to deal with anything in a time-sensitive matter. And then as we are still meeting in public, I will then say that we should just schedule a special in-camera meeting, potentially following our committee of the whole next week, given that it's a bit late, but I want to open and closed so I know if we have any time-sensitive stuff, we can deal with it. Okay, so that's the motion. Moved by St. Pierre and seconded by Beddoes. Otherwise, to those of you in the room, thank you for being here tonight. We wish you a good night and we'll see you soon. Take care. All in question, all in favor? And none opposed. That's unanimous. Thank you.